running the show. Marissa is the mod, we have nice mods too. Jamima gets the docs, don't you know? They're the ones yelling at Baker all day. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Making sure he hears what they say. Jamie leads with power every day. Marissa keeps the order, come what may. Jamima brings the files without delay. This strong team is here to stay. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Jamie, Marissa, Jamima, we have nice mods too. They're the ones yelling at Baker all day. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Yelling at Baker all day. Hey, hey, hey. Jamie, Marissa, Jamima, we have nice mods too. Yeah!
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to day 3 in the Timothy Olson case. I couldn't remember what the idiot's name was. Yesterday, it was a little hard getting through anything because our poor little defendant isn't the smartest person in the planet. In the planet? It's the mole people on the planet. Today will not be, there will be a lot of fast forwarding and back and forth, and because I went to see how long I should suppose it would be today. Could we get done today? And let's just say our friend still isn't the smartest person on the planet. And happy Wednesday to you as well, Darth Vader. And happy stupid April Day to anyone who might like the person who sent me an email and said, I might have been high when I watched your video this morning and unsubscribed. And then I went back and watched it. This is a Scandinavian face. It expresses no emotions. Just the next time you watch a video and you can't see the clear sign in the background or don't understand the 45,000 times I said April 1st. I'm just saying, welcome to Scandinavia, where the only thing colder than the weather is our emotions. No. I'm pretty sure his name is Saint Timothy, only living saint. Could be his name. Am I allowed back? I went down the wrong road and followed wrong peeps and have all the shame. Oh, ask Jamie. He might not be the smartest person, but he's not a foreskin eater. True that. He's no Tuesday. I pulled a good one on MG Law before bed, fell asleep laughing at myself. I went in there just as he was ending, and he was like, "Oh, are you streaming? Are you raiding?" I was, No, my really bad football team went into overtime and then penalty shootout. And then we effing lost our qualification. So we're not going to the Worlds in America this year. I didn't get to bed till midnight. And maybe when I wear a t-shirt saying sarcasm is my way of hugging. Well, we'll make you, well, I don't know if we, because Jamie, but I will make you smile. No, I'm talking about football. You know, the game you're playing with your feet, not what you Yanks get wrong. I would call him and maybe have Sarah Boone as second chair. You would be in good hands. But let's get all the way to Wisconsin and see what antics he will be up to today. Maybe Jamie will join us. He's probably drunk. She's sleeping. Not like her and Sue has their 5 o'clock ritual every morning. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. We were up 2-1 and then a stupid goal. No, 2-2. We got back to 2-2 and then we hit 3 missed penalties and I turned off the TV and started screaming. Fucking football, I hate it. Why did we have to do it? Damn.
In street clothes, pro se, Attorney John Wasilewski appears as standby counsel.
Hi, good morning to everyone. Of note is that, one, we're outside the presence of the jury. It's now 8:22. As everyone recalls, I had ordered us to go on the record 8:15 with the jury, so we're running a little behind. Of note is that yesterday I did try to make arrangements with the jail lieutenants and Director Briggs to ensure that Mr. Olson is given access to the law library to use any computer or laptop that is customarily provided to inmates. And I understand that that was done. And I was also informed that when the Deputy Bruce, that is, went to meet Mr. Olson at 7:15, he was already in the library. Director Briggs did inform me that as soon as they're able to, which would be after roll call, they would take Mr. Olson to the library, and that would be about a little after 6. And so when Deputy Bruce went downstairs, that was 7:15. Mr. Olson was already in the library, and then he was brought up at 8:05. So that was the time that he was in the library. In addition to that, I do want to, as exhibits are being used more frequently, I just want to remind everyone, parties and others, that if anything is needed during examinations, such as a microphone, you are to obtain permission of the court, and at no time should anyone enter the witness box or approach the witness without permission of the court. Okay, just reminding everyone. Okay, now we're going to continue at this time. Mr. Olson?
Yes, so those parts of the discovery and numerous others don't open. There's 1 or 2 missing from one of the drives. Again, the drive that I initially had from 2023, which is completely had been messed with by somebody. There's something wrong with that. It wouldn't. That one never opened, and I've always complained about that. The 2 that I had, he tried opening here. It wouldn't open. The one that would open wasn't mine, and that was open on Ms. Sadowski's laptop. The laptops in the jail are much different. These 2 drives, again, so I have never had full access to discovery. Never. Very partial. None of the police reports were open. None of the downloads will open. Some of the photos from the...
And I'm going to interrupt you. And one thing I do want to make, no, you don't get to tell the court to hold on. But this brings me to the point I want to make. And I think hopefully I'm answering your question because you seem to challenge the court's authority to control the proceeding. And I'm just going to remind you again that the reason why I do in fact control the proceeding is because that's my job. I have to move this case along, but specifically in a situation like this where my instruction previously, and again today, is that with respect to discovery issues, I'm hearing a lot of what's already been hashed out or discussed previously. I know that you don't feel that way, and that's perfectly fine. But the fact remains that the court has made its decision. We are well past that stage. If this is another motion you would like to bring, then do so. But what I'm trying to prevent is for us to relive history and create another 5-10 pages of a transcript. Okay? I'm not denying you an ability to raise those issues with the court. I'm simply telling you that we need to be more efficient. We've lost a lot of time,
Okay.
and that you can do this by way of a written motion so that you can make it very clear and be particular and specific as to what you believe is the issue here. I've heard a lot of this before, and as I explained yesterday, the court went so far as to issue an order to the state to itemize
I don't think I ever saw Mørkeland, but Kongekabalen is a great movie. A really good political thriller.
the discovery, turn it over yet again. And I don't recall off the top of my head the number of times that discovery has been turned over. The state has turned over discovery more than once to more than one attorney and more than once to you, as well as the court itself turning over another copy, an extra copy of a USB drive to you. So I don't want to belabor the record anymore. And I'm giving you another opportunity to simply articulate with specificity in written form so that I can properly address that, but also so that the state has a fair chance to respond to your motions. Okay, that's
Okay,
it.
hold on. I have
No,
the
no, no,
motion. I
no,
have the
no.
motion right here.
No,
You have to, I object. You have to allow me to
Mr.
submit the
Olson,
motion.
Mr. Olson, calm down.
No, you're
We
violating
just
Wisconsin Supreme Court
Okay.
rules.
Violation number one.
That's
of the day.
okay. I have to submit my motion, and I'm
Mr.
declaring a
Olson, you're ordered to
mistrial.
stop talking. That was your first violation. Your second violation will result in your
then I
removal
saw
for
it.
15 minutes. And let me remind you, as well as everyone else, that this trial has been delayed, and it will be if you continue to act in that way. Okay, now you have standby counsel, and you know how to do this because you've done this many times before. If you have a written motion, give it to the clerk. He'll upload it to the file, and thus it will be deemed filed. Okay, but same process and procedure as before. Don't approach the clerk. Don't approach the court. The deputies are here. Hand it over to Attorney Wasuski. He can then indicate it to the deputies, come pick it up, or the deputies can come to you directly and take your motion and give it to Mr. Clerk to file. That's it.
So,
That's all. There's nothing else we need to say on the record.
yes, there
Other
is. There's
jurors
lots.
Violation number 2, remove Mr. Olson for 15 minutes. It's 8:28. We'll be off the record for 15 minutes.
Can you give that to the clerk?
Stand up.
Bye-bye.
You need to start sticking up for me, John. Yes, that's the entire motion right there to the right.
I think you start sticking up for me, John.
Your Honor, while Mr. Olson's being escorted from the courtroom, he has indicated that there is a stack of papers on the defense table closest to you.
You got better.
And the entirety of that, he tells me, is his motion. With your permission, I'll walk it to the clerk.
How many pages do you know?
I don't. I haven't
Oh,
viewed it.
you want to give me a rough estimate after you take a look at it? Okay.
So let's skip ahead.
Still want to confirm that he can follow the rules.
Okay. May I inquire, Your Honor, how we deal with the jury coming in and seeing an empty chair at Mr. Olson's place? Are we going to advise them of anything or say nothing, or?
We're not bringing in the jury just yet. We're waiting 15 minutes. Time out. Yeah, it's time out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was concerned that,
Because after 15 minutes, I still want to confirm that he can follow the rules. And then talk about the motion, the number of pages. I don't want any allegations that the motion isn't complete, that somehow pages were lost. That's not what he intended to file, so on and so forth.
there are a couple of housekeeping matters we could address if the court wishes. I don't know, maybe the court wants to wait till Mr. Olson's here. I don't know.
Yep, let's wait till Mr. Olson is back.
Evidence he didn't, but
But leave the phone and then leave.
I guess what you're saying, strong circumstantial evidence he didn't, but I don't know. No, you can't simply bring out his own statement through detectives.
As you don't need to catch up. Nothing has happened.
Rule with those. Yes, how many times, whatever, because it's just such a crapshoot, you know.
It's just hot, Mike. That's nothing about this. Can't you guys just give him a dunce cap?
Okay, we're back on the record outside the presence of the jury. Same appearances before. Mr. Olson does join us in the courtroom. Okay, Mr. Olson, that was your second violation. I just want to remind you the consequences of violations. The third violation will result in your removal from the courtroom, and I will allow you to observe the trial by Zoom, but you will be removed. You'll have an opportunity to return if provided that you promise and agree to follow the court's rules and that you will be able to comply with the court's rules. Now, you've been brought back after the 15-minute break. Will you comply with the court's rules?
I mean, I object to being treated that way, and I believe you're violating my First Amendment right to speak and Wisconsin Supreme Court Rules, Judicial Code of Conduct 60.04, which says you have to let me speak because I have a legal interest in this matter. I have.
Jamie, you missed his first time out.
I've been watching, and I heard what you said about me too.
That I missed you and I couldn't wait to get you on the stream.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah, his lawyer should have a "I'm with stupid" T-shirt.
Wouldn't that be funny?
Yeah, someone didn't learn. No, he will not learn. But I think when I went through it yesterday, this is his only time out.
Oh, good. He learned his lesson.
But I love that his lawyer was just, "Oh my effing God, here we go again."
To be able to object, have to be able to get things on the record in order to preserve my rights.
Okay, paragraph 10, answer questions asked or instructed by the court. Can you follow the court's rules?
I can, if you
Okay,
can also.
and let's continue.
May I just put this on the record?
No, you
this?
cannot, because
this-
I asked you a question. Yeah, just a minute. There's a process and procedure to all this. So now having heard your response that you can follow the court's rules, I will expect that. And I'm just reminding you that pursuant to the rules of decorum, the third violation results in your removal. I want to make sure that you remember that. Okay, now before you were removed from the courtroom, you did start talking about your motion. And after you were removed, Attorney Wesselski did ask if your motion can be filed, given to the clerk so that I can scan it. I did not do that because, and this is the reason why, I want you to make sure that in fact, that stack of papers is everything that you want to file as part of your motion. Once you confirm that, then the deputy can give that to Mr. Clerk and we'll scan it in. Is that correct?
Yes, I just want to make sure that I'm putting it on the record that I'm filing a motion and demand for mistrial and dismissal based on extreme constitutional violations, jury tampering, jury poisoning, misconduct in office, abuse of power, miscarriage of justice, obstruction of justice, violation of my due process. I have no discovery. Your deputies, I want to ask that you confiscate your deputies' phones because they're texting and talking about my case in the back, and they've been doing this for a couple of days. And I've also noticed the jurors doing it in the hallway, talking about getting Facebook notifications. There's probably close to 6 or maybe 8 now that I've inquired in the hallways as I've been being brought through the hallways every day, ever since Tuesday, since before I was even given these clothes to put on.
Jamie,
Yes.
how many trials have you and I watched now?
Thousands, it feels like.
Is it illegal for a court clerk or a bailiff or someone else to talk with each other about the case?
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, what does it matter if they're talking to each other?
It doesn't matter because they're not witnesses and they're not jurors.
Yeah, they're not, and they have nothing to do with this case other than standing there and just,
Yeah,
policing it.
I have a few buddies who are prison guards, and they go to court all the time. So they're sitting there texting with you while they're waiting for one of them to get up and get in a fight or something, and they can use some pepper spray in the courtroom.
Mhm.
That's what they hope every time, because at least some
Yeah.
action will happen. But they will say, I can't do it as a juror. Of course, I can't talk about the case or be distracted. But they can do whatever they want. And I love that he knows that jurors are getting Facebook messages about his case. How does he know that?
Yeah.
Because they're standing
Oh.
out there in the hallway clapping while he's walking past and yell, "We get you. We got Facebook messages. You're an asshole."
Yeah. There he is. I just got a Facebook message today about him.
No, Deirdre, just hang out with us. He just got a 15 minutes timeout. That's all that happened this morning. Yeah, this is what they do every single day, and they are not going to testify. They are allowed to talk about the case. They're allowed to watch the news. He's just a tard.
Yeah, what does it matter?
His Uncle Sol told him that they're not allowed to do it.
As long as they aren't fraternizing with the jurors, that's the only thing.
Exactly. Yeah, can I grab a quick selfie for my Facebook post?
Yeah. He is
His
something
uncle is
else.
on Facebook. That's who it is.
He has a remembrance page.
R.I.P. Uncle.
And it's
And,
playing In the Arms of an Angel by Sarah.
And it follows Timothy Olson is guilty.
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry.
He's his own lawyer. It's standby counsel. Standby counsel is always court appointed. Because if he had chosen his own lawyer, he would have a lawyer. But he is his own lawyer. And the other guy, did you hear him? You have to start standing up for me. No, he doesn't.
No, he
Doesn't have to do
doesn't.
anything.
He's just there to answer some questions for you, guy. If you wanted a lawyer to stand up for you, you should have got one. Hello.
They're
Mr.
all-
Olson, save the detail for your motion. Having heard what you just said, I have a general understanding of the general basis. I don't need the details because it should be contained in the written motion. Okay, and that stack of paper, is that everything?
Yes.
Okay, so then Mr. Clerk, Deputy, if you could take that and present it to Mr. Clerk.
The only, sorry.
The clerk will scan it in, and once it's scanned in, the legal parties, but specifically the state, should have access to that. You might need to refresh state once the CCAP entry is pulled in, and the state obviously has an opportunity to respond, and so that means that time will be given for the state to read the motion. I understand it is quite lengthy, and that was a big stack of paper.
Real quick, Your Honor, I just wanted to state that the only thing that's missing out of there is case laws, and that's because I was stripped of my ability to look at any case laws now in the place where I'm being housed in the jail, so I have no access to that.
State, anything you want to place on the record at this time?
I haven't read the motion, but I think that Mr. Olson, by his antics a couple days ago in his wheelchair in Orange, I think the cat's out of the bag that he was in custody. So any jurors that are seeing him is kind of a moot point. That's the only response that I have right now, because as Your Honor has already noted, we've turned over discovery, probably each time to a different attorney, a copy directly to Mr. Olson. And frankly, when you're pro se, some of the case law that I cited earlier this week is the defendant's own peril when you proceed pro se. If these things.
Oh, you weren't here the first day. The first day he had a seizure. Sadly, the clip is a little bit long, but we know he was pro se, and I know there would be some shenanigans going on, but I hadn't expected this to happen.
To be honest, I could talk. Yeah, I had no problem talking.
Did you make some statements at the time?
Not that I recall. I think it's like the one and only policeman that approached me. By that time, we had gotten the door open, and I could like swing my legs out and stretch and get some fresh air.
Okay, Ms. Hennel, I'm going
And,
to, Ms. Hennel,
Ms. Hannell, just
I'm
one
going to
second.
interrupt your testimony, and we're members of the jury. We're going to take a break at this time. I'll have you back shortly. Okay. Remind you that this trial is not concluded. Do not talk about this case and do not conduct your own research. And then, Ms. Hennel, you may step down from the witness stand and return to the gallery. The witness advocate, she needs some help too. Won't be let down.
Oops, oh dear. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, please close the door. Thank you. We're outside the presence of the jury. Ms. Hennel is making her way down. Okay, deputies, if you could just check on, remove him and then check on his welfare. Door.
I'm so nervous. Probably lost 10 pounds.
Did you move that TV?
It won't.
It won't work?
It won't. It'll be on.
Okay.
Website that just Which way you guys want to go? Where?
So this happened the first day.
Oh my God, I'm gonna pee my pants. You got it till the end, and I totally forgot. It's like, oh, come on.
Yeah, and I didn't even clip the part where he falls over in the hallway. And if you didn't notice, he'd also puked on his own clothes, and he couldn't hear anything, and his head was spinning, so he wasn't really. He couldn't answer. And at some point, his uncle's soul started talking to him, and he had a severe concussion. He's doing fine now. Well, he will be going in and out of doing fine, but yeah. And why was he in Orange the first day? Because he had a severe concussion and couldn't hear anything.
Yeah, and they asked him 50 times if he wanted to change into regular clothes, and he laid there with his hands on his head.
Yeah, and I think in this motion, he just complained that he wasn't even allowed to change into his clothes. He was asked 20,000 times.
Yeah.
Oh, he has had multiple lawyers. So, and yeah, I saw Sue says, you aren't getting anything this good. Someone told me or wrote a comment that how nice it was they were finally switching to premium. I had premium since I started streaming YouTube because I can't sit here and play ads for you, and that would be extra annoying. It's clearly the best streaming service you can get because I have right now. I have Prime. I have a Danish Nordic version called Viaplay, and I watch more YouTube than anything else. But,
yeah, me too. I pay for Prime, or I have Prime, and then I pay for YouTube, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and it's worth it. Not that I have to sit and sell it or anything because it's not. But I would if you are sitting at home with 3 different streaming services, get rid of one of them and just get a YouTube.
Pay the
Premium.
Prime, or the YouTube here. I keep saying Prime. Premium.
Yeah, it's clearly the best streaming service you can have, and it's not only for my channel, but for when you watch your cat videos after.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what I think women do when they don't watch me, is just watch cat videos.
We watch cat videos. I watch people falling down. I like falling videos.
But you're mean.
I'm far from it, but it is hilarious. People on ice. Let me tell you.
He's not a sovereign citizen. He hasn't tried any sovereign citizen tricks so far. He actually knows some of the law codes, but he just doesn't. He's just not smart.
Mhm.
If you pay for Corn Hub, you're doing it wrong, helpless.
Don't go as smoothly as you would like. So that's all I have to say. But again, I haven't read the motion, so I don't know what else to respond to at this time.
Okay. No, that's all. No, that's
Quick
all.
response?
No, you can't because I'm not hearing the motion right now. No. Okay. So my plan this morning.
Sovereign citizens are those people who are. I'm a traveler of the land. I don't need any papers. They're the ones who is this admiralty court, subject matter jurisdiction, is this lawful law? They have all these words they think mean something, and if you're using Black's Law Dictionary, or there's a whole playbook they go by. None of it works. None of it is legal. And then you have pro se. Pro se just means that you are your own lawyer, that you are representing yourself. He then has a standby counsel. That's Mr. Mustache, who is sitting there to help him. If he has some legal questions, he can help him. This guy kind of goes over the line a few times, but he's just to sit there. He's not allowed to do any research for him or fill out paperwork for him or anything like that. That's his own job. He has chosen to go pro se, which means you are representing yourself.
Is at a minimum, complete examination of state's witness, the detective. And at that point, we'll take a break. I'll inquire with the state as to witness lineup. I think it depends on when the parties finish their examination of that witness, because if it's closer to the lunch hour, I think what I may do is just end early so that state has an opportunity to go through the motion that's just been filed. But also, at that point, once that witness is done, I think at that point, state, you should have a much better idea of how much time you need, correct?
I have 2 crime lab analysts that have now been here for a full day and a half. So if there's any way I can get them in this morning and then we can take a break, and even if we come back a little bit later after lunch, I would strongly prefer that. I won't rest after my last witness in case anything needs to be addressed, but I would greatly appreciate.
All right, let's just push through with the detective, and then I'll take a quick break and gauge where things are at that point. Okay,
Yeah.
let's bring in the jury. Are they all here? Okay, let's bring them in then. Hasten.
Two by you. I know, I'm just telling you. So anyway, so what I did was the 3 drives. So I'm only giving 3, 2 by you, 1 by all my
Bless you.
1 by Bastion, 2 for me, right? 1 from Bastion has never worked properly. But anyway, you've seen it. There was 5 missing photos. Anyway, what I did was I took the 3 and I put them in the envelope and I'm sending them.
We're ready.
I mean, back there, we keep mixing all this stuff up. Okay. all
Good
right,
morning,
that's
members of
good.
the jury,
Thank
and
you. That
welcome
makes it
back.
better, 'cause, yeah, I
Hope you
just-
had a restful evening. As you may recall, yesterday, Mr. Olson was in the middle of cross-examining the witness, the detective, and that's where we will pick up. But because of the long break, we'll have the detective sworn in before Mr. Olson can continue. Mr. Clerk?
I do.
Please proceed.
You want defensive procedure, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Okay. So where I had left off at, I guess the question I was trying to ask was, do you have possession of all of the photos that were taken from the car? Yes. The original, not the what the DA has, but the originals that you have. Yes. Would you mind turning over all of those photos to defense? Because I believe there's one missing from what I originally got and what I was now shown by Attorney Wazalewski.
You cannot testify to your question.
Okay.
Just ask your question, okay?
Would you mind then, is there any problem to give defense everything that you have from photos from the white Honda belonging to Betty Hanel?
What is your question?
Can you turn over all of the photos to defense, directly to defense?
All photos and evidence.
All photos from the taken from anything found in the car and the inside of the of the Honda Accord.
All evidence collected, all photos, gets turned over to the state, to the district attorney's office, which then a copy gets made and is given to the defense for discovery.
These assholes didn't turn it
Okay.
over, Jimmy.
Oh my God.
Can you turn
I can't
over
believe them.
all those copies directly to defense? Would you have a problem with that? Is there any problem with that? If there's
Objection, relevance.
Okay, sustained. Move on, please. Next question.
so I would like all photos turned over from the car.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Okay.
How do you know he didn't?
During
Because,
your,
Jamie-
investigation, isn't it true that you found out that
See,
Mr.
if he
Olson actually
sees,
knew?
oh my God. If he knows one's missing, then he saw them, right? Like, if you say that one's missing.
But Jamie, he clearly knows something is missing because he saw it on the phone that he didn't have access to, I think.
I don't know. That just is such a dumb. I believe one is missing. Okay, well, if it's missing,
Yeah.
then you saw it? I don't. Where did your uncle tell you? It's fine. Move
It's
on.
his uncle. He
I'll move
was
on.
in the evidence room yesterday, Jamie.
Mr.
Yeah.
Schuster?
They are there.
No,
I
I'm
mean,
aware.
I wouldn't put it past this cop to railroad him because
Isn't
he's
it
a
true
jerk off, but
that
whatever.
you found out that Mr. Olson actually may have had permission to be in the RV, which is, go ahead, I'll let you answer that.
No, Mr. Schuster testified that you didn't have permission.
That's not what I asked. Isn't it true that you found that out, that it's possible that Mr. Olson actually had permission to be in the RV?
No,
Isn't it true that this is why Mr. Olson was in that area for several days, because Mr. Olson actually had permission to stay in the RV?
Objection, he's testifying again, Your Honor.
Okay, sustained.
No.
He's really smart, Jamie. You know that?
He is very smart.
So you did
Can't get anything past
testify that
him.
Mr. Olson was in the area for several days. Isn't that correct?
I don't know if I testified to that.
Did you find that out throughout your investigation?
Yes,
So where was Mr. Olson staying during those days in that area?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness should only testify if he knows the answer, not speculate. I think Mr. Olson is calling for speculation.
No, I'm asking him a
Overruled.
question.
Overruled. Answer the question if you know the answer.
I do not know the answer.
Are you the person that completed a phone download of Betty Hanel's phone?
Yes,
You had testified yesterday that items cannot be removed from that phone download. Isn't that actually false? Items can be redacted, unredacted, and so forth.
no,
Items can't be redacted from a phone download. Is that what you're saying?
yes, it depends on what your definition of redacted is.
Redacted is a pretty common word, and there's one definition for redacted. It can be removed. Removed from a phone download is pretty common. There's unredacted version, and there's
Question, Mr. Olson?
so your testimony yesterday isn't exactly quite true, is it, about items being able to be removed from the phone download?
Items are not removed from the phone download.
So the version that is given to the DA, you're telling me that the DA cannot at all remove items. It is not physically possible?
Correct.
That is incorrect. That is that. So there is there not an ability on the computer to remove item from the phone, from the download that you give her on a flash drive, she's able to delete that item if she chooses
Olson,
to, correct?
If
I'm
you have a-
asking.
If you have a question, ask the question, allow the witness to answer before moving on to the next question, and do not testify through your form of question.
Okay, the detective is not being truthful.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Members of the jury, let's take a break. Plan for 5 minutes or less, and then we'll come back. I remind everyone this case is not concluded. Do not talk about this case. Do not do your own research. Do not post about your experience of what you've seen or heard so far. Thank you.
I think he's doing well.
The phone download says you can redact, unredact, remove. It's on the Celebrate program.
We're outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Olson, I believe I said this. Yes, I did, because it's in the rules of decorum. Okay, during examination, keep scope of examination relevant. On direct, no leading questions. Do not harass, intimidate, or argue with the witness. And of course, the last point there, these are not an exhaustive list of things to do or not to do during examination, but it ends with do not speak over one another. Do not harass, intimidate, or argue with the witness. You ask your question and you move on. If credibility is what you're getting to, there are ways to do that, but you don't argue with the witness and you don't harass them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And I've had to say this to you a couple of times already, so I'm going to remind you yet again that it's impermissible for you to testify through by way of your form of question. You cannot do that.
Yeah.
And when you do that, the state will object, which they've done, and I will sustain that.
Okay.
I want to make sure that we're on the same page. Are we on the same page?
Yes, and I did not mean to do that. It's just I'm not familiar with the process of answering or asking questions.
Sure.
in this
And that's
manner.
understandable, which is why we took this break, for me to remind you. And I also want to remind you that there are a lot of things you're not going to like about this whole process, including, of course, not liking my decisions, but also including not liking the answers from the witnesses. It's their answer. You don't argue with them. You ask your next question and you move on. Is that clear?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring in the jury and we'll continue.
May I ask one quick question?
Yes.
When Mr. Olson testifies again, I don't know at what point it's appropriate for me to object and cut him off, because decorum would say at the end. So
I think for clarity of the record and for the record to be complete, I'm just going to say, do what you need to do,
thank you.
and let's just move on from there.
I just don't want.
I'm not
violence.
100% sure.
That's understood. Yeah. We're off the record until the jury's brought in. With
Okay. Isn't it
Mr. Olson, please continue your examination.
okay? Isn't it true that you can generate reports from the phone download and exclude some and include others into what you're giving the state?
Can you repeat your question?
Isn't it true that you can generate reports from the phone download and you can include or exclude things to the state?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound question.
Overruled. You may answer the question if you know it.
When you're generating a report, you can exclude data such as dates or time frames, but that would then include that through the entire phone download.
Do you have a copy of the original phone download conducted from Betty Handel's phone?
Yes, and that's what was provided to the state.
So, are you aware of, let me rephrase this. So through your investigations, you did find that there was a text from Betty Handel to Mr. Olson, isn't that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So isn't it through your investigations, you found a text that was to a number that stated, "Where are you? Are you coming back?" during the supposed alleged abduction?
No,
Isn't it true that you found a text that stated, "You didn't tell Rex that we knew each other, did you?"
Objection, testifying.
Sustained.
Yes, you are.
Isn't it true that you found a text during this also alleged abduction stating, my credit card has a $25,000 limit.
Objection, testifying.
Sustain.
So through your conversations with Mr. Olson, isn't it true that Mr. Olson stated that he knew Betty Hannell?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
Yes, Mr. Olson said he knew Betty Hannell.
Isn't it also true that when you inquired to Mr. Olson about this alleged incident, that Mr. Olson had told you to check Betty's
Objection,
phones?
testifying, and hearsay.
Sustain.
That's why you should just stay inside and watch us.
Isn't it true that Mr. Olson directed you to Betty's texts ever?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer the question if you know it.
Can you repeat the question?
Isn't it true that Mr. Olson directed you to check Betty's texts for anything pertaining to this incident?
Yes.
Do you still have the iPhone in your possession?
No,
Does Betty still have the iPhone?
I don't know.
So
It's because he's a pro se litigant, so he's actually his own lawyer while at the same time himself. It's not
He's trying to
because he's
be
Michael Jordan.
Fancy, you say.
Yeah,
Does
it's
Timothy
because-
Olson.
Yeah, don't
Oh
get
my
out of
God.
bed. You can just get a tablet and you can watch us on your tablet.
Yeah.
That's
Hallie,
what Jamie does. That's why Jamie isn't on the screen, because he hasn't been out of bed the last 2 years.
God, I wish. I wish I could do that. I say that and then that would happen and I would hate it every second of it, but
Will he be able to file for a retrial? I don't know the outcome in this case. Depends on how many rules that the court broke, and a lot of them, because the bailiffs have been talking a lot behind his back.
yeah. Bailiffs, the jurors
this
are
is,
compromised. I mean, come on, guys.
material to the case, and it's very important. Would you have any problem turning over the original phone download conducted by yourself to defense in the court right now? So that I'll let you answer that.
The original phone download was turned over to ADA Sadowski when the case was filed.
Okay. Isn't it true that yesterday you told Mr. Olson in the courtroom, off the record, that you have the original version in your possession?
Objection, hearsay, and relevance.
Sustain.
So, and again, because it's so important, would you have any problem turning over the phone download, the original one that you have in your possession, would you have a problem turning that over to the defense and court so that it can be examined by a private investigator and also the FBI?
Hi, Tammy.
FBI.
Mr. Olson, I
And
think
Donald
I already
Trump.
answered this question.
Don't forget.
Oh, that lazy bastard. He didn't do anything for him.
The phone download that was conducted of Betty Hannell's phone, the original copy was given to the DA, and then you're provided with a copy. So everyone has the same copy.
So do you have the original phone download in your possession?
Mr. Olson, I'm going to direct you to move forward. You are badgering the witness.
No,
Next
he's not
question,
answered
please.
that.
He did answer it.
Would you mind turning over the original download to the defense?
To the jury, we're going to take a break, and I'll have you brought back in about 5 minutes. Okay, remind you, this case is not concluded. Do not talk about this case. Do not conduct your own research, and do not post about your experience.
He is just misunderstood. I feel for him.
That pursuant to the court's rules of decorum, paragraph 13, and again, this is not an exhaustive list, but during examination, do not harass, intimidate, or argue with the witness. You've been instructed to move on. You then proceeded to nonetheless ask that same question, maybe slightly differently, but same question. And I really should be counting this as your third violation and removing you from the courtroom and allowing you to then view this trial by Zoom. And as you may recall, I specifically laid out the procedure that if you are removed from the trial and you can only view it by Zoom, you may provide to Attorney Wasiewski specific questions that you've written that you want him to ask. Because I already gave you notice, I can count this as a third violation, but I don't know that you fully appreciate how serious I was about ensuring that you understand the rules of decorum, that you follow it. I'm going to ask you one question. Depending on your answer, I'll know how to proceed. Will you follow the court's rules of decorum, including the rules related to examination?
Well, I'm objecting to that, Your Honor. I'm not purposely violating any rules. I'm trying to get the question out, and I felt that he never answered it. He never said yes or no. It was a yes or no question. You're allowing him to go around the question, and this is extremely important to my case. I've always claimed that we're texting.
Mr. Olson, okay, I'm going to stop you there. I said this before, and I'll say it again. There may be a lot of times when you're not going to like the witness's answer, but you move on. Right? You don't get to direct how this trial proceeds, and that's what you're trying to do, because the procedures are quite clear. It's been laid out, and to the extent that you didn't think you were violating the rules of decorum, the second time I'm reminding you of these rules, which is why I'm being extremely patient and tolerant of your antics, okay? So much so that when I should be counting this as a third violation, removing you, I'm not, and I'm giving you yet another notice in the same morning. I mean, we just started, it's only 9:17. Okay, this is the second warning I'm giving to you now. But are you going to follow the court's rules of decorum? You didn't answer my question.
Well,
it's a yes or no.
Oh, so you're, that was my,
Another
I'm going to
rule,
follow them,
answer
but
questions asked by the court. Answer my question. Will you follow the court's rules of decorum?
I object. I'm going to follow, but I would like you to also
Okay,
follow.
that's all I needed to hear, that you will follow. And I'm reminding you, if it wasn't clear, you committed 2 violations this morning. The third one will have you removed. Again, if you are removed, you may provide specific questions to standby counsel, who will then ask those questions. Otherwise, you'll view this trial from Zoom, and that's a decision you make, whether you want to participate or not, and to what extent you participate. That's all. We're going to go off the record until the jury's brought in.
So when he asked, I have some questions, you guys doesn't have to answer this now. You can just go around the question.
It's because it's not a relevant question. He doesn't have the phone, you numbnut.
Well, and he turned in the stuff he said. I mean, how many times
No,
can
she's
I
not
tell you?
there. She's not there to lead you because you're an idiot.
She shouldn't even be a judge. This is ridiculous. I don't have discovery. I can't go through trial without discovery. Where are those trial documents? You haven't given me those.
What? Where? Explain to me where you saw it, sir.
I've requested the transcripts to prove the DA's lie. Committing perjury. Yeah, I know. I requested them in my motions.
I love that he always looks at the camera just to see if anyone is watching.
Yeah. Like, you guys.
Why don't we just find out the truth?
I'm being railroaded.
Yeah.
We'll let it be examined by a forensic specialist. ERP Security Services. Why not? It's material. I tried to get it before trial. No one's given it to me. You seen the 2 you gave me? It wouldn't open. How can I have it examined if it won't open?
Yes.
He's frothing at the mouth yet. He has been placed in a 15-minute timeout already. So he's doing well. And he's not allowed to contact Trump and have him
Okay, welcome back.
look at
Members
the
of the jury.
cell phone
Mr.
report.
Olson, please continue.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I'm going back to the hot mics every time.
So, Your Honor, may I continue in the same?
You may continue your examination.
All right.
All right.
Would you mind turning over a copy of the original phone download conducted from Betty Handel's cell phone to a private investigator or the FBI to be analyze.
The
Okay,
FBI.
I'm not going to allow the witness to answer that question.
Okay.
Do not answer.
Okay.
Ask and answer. You may continue examination, but move on from that. Okay.
All right, I object.
It's gonna
to that, Your Honor.
exonerate
This is
him, though.
Material to my case. It's
Yeah,
No,
they're
for the
fucking
record.
cheating him.
um,
Yeah, that's a
Detective,
standby counsel.
Zalewski, do you know what the Brady list is?
Objection, relevance.
Sustain. Move on.
Your Honor, I object again. Relevance is to the credibility of Detective Zalewski.
It's noted for the record. Move on. Next question, please. Do not re-ask that one.
Oh my God.
He's asked the same question 14 million times, so
It's not the last time, Jamie.
he's gonna try to reword it and say the same thing.
So isn't it true when you first started investigating this alleged abduction that you thought Betty Handel was crazy or lying, or
No.
isn't it true that some of and someone that assisted in your investigation thought that she was maybe having dementia or lying?
Well, Dave, I think the jury got tainted already on day one when he showed up in prison scrubs and had puke all over them and did this little number.
To be honest, I could talk. Yeah, I had no problem talking.
Did you make some statements at the time?
Not that I recall. I think it's like the one and only policeman that approached me. And by that time, we had gotten the door open, and I could like swing my legs out and stretch and get some fresh air.
Okay, Ms. Handel, I'm
And
He has
I'm
been.
pretty sure that was-
He has been found malingering a lot of times, but the judge is fed up with him. Pro
He's
se defendant,
wheezing. Oh my
Judge, I
God.
rest my case, Judge. You never opened it. Yeah.
It never gets old.
Oh, yeah. And Dave, you're asking about his standby counsel. He has the guy with the mustache, and then his Uncle Soul is on the other side, and he's a yapper. He's like Jamie. He just keeps talking. It's annoying.
I mean,
So,
he changes his own jury when he's standing there in the middle of trial and goes, "Hey, Judge, my dead uncle's talking to me right now
Can't hear anything.
in front of the
Everything's-
jury."
Oh,
Yeah,
Dave is too
it's
much
just-
of a defense attorney.
Dave says that's just typical trial tactics, you know?
Kidnapping and stealing personal information and breaking and entering, stealing an e-bike, uncooperating during his arrest. A few things.
Yes.
He kidnapped like a 79-year-old lady and drove her around and made her drink and give her.
They were dating, Jamie. You will
When
find
the
out
Yeah.
later.
It was found
Okay.
that there was a person calling from a prison.
I don't know.
So why did you go back and question
Most
Michael
day one.
S. for a second time after he already made a statement?
It's not uncommon for a detective to re-interview people.
Isn't it true that he changed his statement?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know.
So where did they claim that where did Michael Fuller claim that the car was located, or Betty Hannah was located when this incident was alleged?
When I spoke to him,
Yes, both times, both statements that he made.
well, I believe the original statement, which I did not take, Mr. Four stated that he saw Betty Hannah's vehicle in motion on High 100. And when I spoke to Mr. Four, he stated that he observed Betty Hannah's vehicle already parked at Grandpa Frank's with her waving her hands out the window.
Okay. No, isn't it true that you coerced Michael S. Ford to say that the car was not in motion?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. You may
You
answer the question.
coerced
Janelle.
him.
No, I just testified that he gave two different statements.
So isn't it true that the reason you
The
went back to
Shakespeare's
get
back.
a second statement from Michael S. Ford is that there was something found in the car with Betty that she should have been charged for possessing?
No.
So Michael S. Ford testified that that Betty had claimed that she was sexually abused. Is that true or false?
I believe Michael Ford did testify that he said that, yes.
Is it in his statement?
To police or on the record here in court?
Is it in his statement to police?
I don't know.
No, it isn't. But
That can testify. Okay. So
Sorry.
Dana, that.
No, it isn't,
For
but
the record.
but what?
did Betty Hannah ever claim that she was sexually abused?
No, not to me.
You're not accused of
Did
it,
Betty
you
Hannah
idiot.
ever claim that to anyone that you're aware of in Franklin police, anyone involved in the investigation?
No.
Okay, I'd like to go back to the credit card usage. And how many stops? How many usages were there during that alleged incident? How many? Walgreens, SKS. You said Clark. So that's 3. Were there more than 3?
Yes, I testified to this yesterday.
How many were there?
O-line, it's day 3. If you haven't figured out he's an idiot yet, you might be the idiot. I'm sorry, but he clearly is an idiot. That's why he brings up sexual assault in the middle of a kidnapping case where there are no charges of sexual assault.
Just refresh.
5.
5. And what were those?
There was the SK
Because he's
Petromart,
going to get him now.
Walgreens. There was a Pilot gas station in Oak Creek, a location in Greendale, and I think a Clark gas station in Milwaukee.
So the usage at Walgreens is clear that, isn't it clear that Mr. Olson went inside and Betty Hannah stayed outside in the car?
I think we could say Betty Hannah did not go in the Walgreens.
Okay. How long was Mr. Olson in Walgreens?
I don't know, 7 minutes?
Is that factual, or are you just making a number up?
I'm guessing right now. I don't know the exact time.
Is there a video that shows when Mr. Olson entered the store?
We watched the video yesterday, yes.
Is there a time from when he entered?
Yes, I don't remember the exact time.
Okay, isn't it true that yesterday you said it was quite lengthy the time that he was in the store?
No, I said the video was quite lengthy.
Okay, the video pertains to when Mr. Olson was in the store, correct?
Yes.
So, isn't it true that Betty Hannah had been outside on her own for a lengthy time?
Yes, as long as you were in the store, yes.
Isn't it true that this happened numerous times throughout the night, that Betty was in her car on her own?
Can you ask the question again?
Isn't it true that Betty Hannell was in her car on her alone while Mr. Olson went into numerous places?
Well, I could say for certain at least twice.
Isn't it true that Betty Hannell was driving during a couple of these stops while Mr. Olson went in to stores, gas stations, vape shop on 27th Street?
Objection, testifying.
Sustain.
Sorry. So isn't it true that Betty Hannell was driving while Mr. Olson went into stores, gas stations, etc. that were on there?
No.
Is that factual, or you're just guessing?
Well, I'm going off what video I have, the two videos
Two
I have.
videos. So it's not factual. Is that correct?
Objection, I don't know. That was not a relevant question or argumentative.
It is
It is
relevant.
argumentative. It's a stain. Next question, please.
Well, he did grab her boob or put her hand on her knee. Same thing. No, he didn't, Sax. He testified he didn't do anything to her. Like, stop. This is a good defense. Stop making up all your deviant sexual fantasies. Anyone knows what job he had previously? Well, we'll get into his prior sentencing history when we get a little bit later on. So I know what he did for about 10 years of his life.
Oh my God.
Yes.
So in your original statement, didn't you claim that when the first stop was made with Mr. Olson at a liquor store, that Betty Hannell was driving?
Can you ask the question again?
Isn't it true in your first police report criminal complaint, that you stated that when Mr. Olson stopped at a liquor store, Betty Hannell was driving at that point?
According to Betty Hannell, yes.
Isn't it true that Mr. Olson went into the liquor store while Betty Hannell was driving to at that liquor store?
That's what Betty Hannell said, yes.
So isn't it true then that Betty Hannell could have easily drove away and left Mr. Olson in the liquor store?
That is possible, but we heard Betty Hannell testify earlier this week.
Isn't it true that Betty Hannell changed her story numerous times about being awake all night and being asleep all night?
I think he's trying to figure out where he's going.
No, I don't think Betty Hannell changed her story a bunch. I think she's pretty consistent for her age and the circumstances that she went through.
Isn't it true that Betty Hannell claimed that she had slept from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m.?
Oh, I forgot.
I'm sorry.
Shaky was
around
back.
7 p.m. until
Yeah,
the
Shaky
next
is doing
morning.
good.
No, I don't think that's true.
Okay, so what did Betty Hannell actually claim? What time did she actually claim that she slept from in your investigation?
I don't know the exact times. We heard Betty Hannell's testimony already today or earlier this week.
Okay, I'm asking you in your investigation, in your reports, what did you write down regarding Betty Hannell's testimony as to what time she was supposedly sleeping all night? Isn't that correct? She claimed she slept most of the night.
She did say she slept the night, yes.
Isn't it also true that she claimed she was up all night and she was exhausted from being up all night?
Yes, she was with you from 3 p.m. till 8 a.m. the next day. Yes, she was exhausted.
No, that's not what I asked. Isn't it true that she claimed also that she was up all night and so she was exhausted from being up all night?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
So isn't it true that you just stated and that she changed her story?
I already told you I don't think Betty Handel changed her story.
Isn't it true that you just testified that she claimed she was up all night or sleeping all night, most of the night? Isn't it true you just testified that she claimed she was sleeping most of the night?
Sure. Yeah, it's debatable. That's why we're in court.
Isn't it true that you just stated also that she claimed she was up all night and therefore exhausted?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Next question.
I mean, it's not hard to get at this detective. This detective sucks, but he's not asking hard-hitting questions that are going to help him. That's his problem.
No, because they're compound
Were
and
there
they're
any texts,
confusing.
in the phone download that happened during the alleged incident?
What?
I don't believe so.
Hey, money.
Isn't it true that Betty Handel accessed her Google Voice during this alleged incident?
I don't know.
Your Honor, I would like to submit an exhibit of this usage. It's not in this room, it's in the other room.
Okay. Members of the jury, let's take a 5-minute break. I'll bring you all back. Remind everyone this case is not concluded. Do not talk.
So he has
Also,
evidence.
Attorney Wazowski, Mr. Olson put for defense and follow the same procedure during the bit before presenting it to back on the record. What is it?
Documents, everything is in shambles, and there's no way, because of the constant moving with my legal documents, everything is in shambles, and there's no way I can properly.
Okay, Mr. Olson,
well-
we're going to go off the record and take this time.
Not all of them.
Okay, take
Sorry.
this time to go through your stuff and do what you will. I don't need to hold your hand and go through the process of what's what and where's where. So just take this time. If you need more time, I'll give that to you. But otherwise, take this time to do your own work. So we'll plan for about 5 minutes then instead of 2-3 minutes. Okay, we're off the record. And while I'm away, I remind you, Mr. Olson, that the rules of decorum still apply even though we're not on the record. And that includes being respectful of others. Okay, no swearing and no name calling. Okay, we're off the
I
record.
would like to, let me respond. That's what you do. I don't agree with this.
It
corruption.
isn't always a
Never told her she's-
you have to respond guy.
You're trying to force me. You're going to find this. Yeah, I know. Well, hey, listen. You marked several exhibits yesterday, but what you. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, no, I got. All right, I'm talking to him, so I'm not listening to what you're saying. No, I mean, I know, but I couldn't hear you because I'm talking to him. You can't.
He's got to get beat up with a wet sock sometime. Jamie, now he's going to come back and he's going to provide the evidence that they lied. This is a corrupt system, Jamie.
I cannot wait. Well, I'm gonna be like, bam, look it, exonerate me.
She's a little angry at him, and you can understand why after dealing with him. Is this a ticket agreement?
Packet.
It's never a good position when us fatties have to push our pelvic floor forward.
I just got to mark them.
Ready?
I will in just a second. I just got to mark them. I needed to make sure I have the correct numbers down. That's all. And
You want it
I
on the
need to
record?
ask if it's front and back of the page. Do I need to put another exhibit sticker on the back?
Work with standby counsel on that.
Okay, and then also there was one thing that needed to be included with my motion. It's in my property. I'd asked Deputy Bruce last night if he could grab it, but he needed to first clear it with you to go into my property, exactly where my flash drives are. But it's another item that goes with the motion. It was prepared by the jail.
How many pages?
No, it's just a disc.
Okay. Well, if it's a disc, then we can do that later.
Okay.
Okay, we don't have to do that now.
All right, that's fine.
The clerk had to go downstairs to file your stack of papers for the motion. It was voluminous, and so because of that delay, any event, we can wait for the disc.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure it was
Take the
concluded.
next, we're gonna go off the record, take the next 2 minutes while we bring in the jury for you and Attorney Wasilewski to put the exhibit
Wait,
stickers on
where's
your
the-
exhibits. Okay, we're off the record.
I think is he
Oh,
late 50s?
This guy?
So what's the thing?
Yeah.
I think the article I read said 55.
yes.
Yeah. Just looks older.
Mhm.
One sticker sign for the front.
One exhibit is continuation, one of 505 can use.
Well, I mean, they did find a pipe, so he's got some recreational activities.
What's the hot mic?
That's for another day.
No, nobody's really honest in this situation. Honest. No, nobody's really honest in this situation. Yeah. Well, I mean,
Just one, right?
no. Yes, yes.
Additional one that you went back.
Yes, it was one.
We have now been going
Yes,
for
Yes, yes.
an hour and 35 minutes. How much court time do we have?
Barely any.
Ask your question. So, got a question in your mind before you give this up, because once it's out of your mind, once it's out of your hands,
I don't think he ever had a question in his mind.
Ready.
Mm-mm.
Okay, welcome back, members of the jury. We're on the record now. All right, Mr. Olson, please continue.
Okay, so just to go back, I was asking if you were aware that Betty Hanel had used her Google Voice account during the time of this alleged abduction.
Can you rephrase the question?
Are you aware that Betty Hanel used her Google Voice account on her phone during this alleged abduction?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to submit this exhibit.
Yes, Deputy? And is that, what number is that?
This is 505.
505, okay.
Thank you.
The witness. Go ahead and ask your question.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
What has to be 54? Your Honor, I would like this to be placed on the screens. Published.
State, do you have that,
I think
queued up on your computer?
I don't,
Okay,
because that is a,
the
that is-
Elmo then, I suppose?
Yes.
Okay, so Deputy, if you could take Exhibit 505 to the DA's table, and we'll put that on the.
She said
Elmo
he took her
projector on
phone.
The TV screen, but before it actually goes on,
and then this, I don't know if I have the remote for that TV.
got it?
Okay, thank you. I would like a little more foundation placed regarding this exhibit.
Yes, ask your next question if you have one about this exhibit.
So, do you know what that item is?
It's a printout page from the Celebrate report
From what Celebrate report?
from Betty Hanel's phone.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see what it pertained to on the Celebrate report?
Yes.
So, what did it say? What does the document say?
It pertains to web search history that was deleted.
Okay. Does it show that Betty Hanel accessed her Google Voice account?
Judge, can I have the microphone?
Yes, we'll have to switch it out though. You can step down if you need to. And okay, let's go off the record for a minute. You have to unplug microphone. Just switch the TV Goal difficulty has been resolved, hopefully. Okay, continue.
Doesn't this show that Betty Hannell used her Google Voice account during this alleged incident?
Yes.
Okay, it does state. What is that timestamp? And what time would that have been? And it's in UTC time. I know it's. What does the first one say on the top?
November 24th, 2022, 6:52 a.m. UTC, which is 12:52 a.m. Central.
12:52 a.m. Okay, so that would necessarily that is definitely in the time of this supposed abduction, isn't that correct?
Yes.
So Betty Hannell's statement of her being asleep through this time is. Didn't Betty Hannell claim that she was sleeping during this time?
Yes.
Okay, what is the next one below state?
There was another, line 2 is another Google Voice web search that was deleted.
Is that a web search or is that her accessing her Google Voice account?
Well, it's a web history search of the voice.google.com/u/0/calls.
So the one above, she's accessing her Google account, isn't that correct? Google Voice account?
The one above says voice settings, and the one below, line 2, says voice calls.
So clearly she's accessing her Google Voice account. Is that not correct?
Yes.
And what time is that second?
(6:52 a.m. UTC).
And that equates to what time in normal?
12:52 Central a.m.
So they're both 12:52 Central?
Yes.
And isn't that also during this time of this alleged abduction?
Yes.
So again, didn't Betty Hannell claim that she was sleeping during this time?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to ask that you check the other side of that exhibit. Okay, what does the top entry in that exhibit say?
It's number 3. It's voice.google.com/u/0/signup. It was also deleted. Occurred 11/24/2022, 6:50 a.m. UTC, which is 12:50 a.m. Central Time.
Okay, again, isn't that Betty Hannell accessing her own Google Voice account?
It's the Google Voice account being accessed on the phone.
Okay, so it's Betty Hannell accessing a Google Voice account on her phone. Is that correct?
Can you ask the question again?
So on the other side, you've already stated that Betty Hannell was accessing her Google Voice account. Again, this is the third entry. Isn't this also Betty Hannell accessing her Google Voice account?
Yeah, Google Voice account is being accessed on her phone. Yes.
That's not what you stated from the other 2 entries. When I asked you if Betty Hannell had access to her Google Voice accounts, and you said yes.
Is there a question?
So, what time was this Google Voice accessed?
Are you referring to line 3 or line
Yes.
4? Which line?
The third entry on the top there.
The time is 6:50 a.m. UTC.
And this also was during the alleged incident, correct?
Yes.
And also during the time that Betty Hannell claimed she was sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what does the next entry say?
Line 4, voice.google.com, 11/24/2022, 6:49 a.m. UTC, and it was deleted.
Okay, and again, this also was Betty Handel's Google Voice account accessed during the alleged incident. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And also, this is the time that Betty Handel claimed that she was sleeping.
Yes.
But do we know she
This
was
also the
accessing
time
it?
where Betty Handel
Okay.
claimed she was up all night. Isn't that
No.
correct?
Yes.
Someone accessed her Google Voice.
Exactly. Someone.
I can ask that. Handel. So, are you aware of any other activity regarding Betty Handel actually using her own accounts in any way during this time?
It's a very broad question. Can you be more specific?
What are you aware of Betty Handel using her own accounts during this time? Any accounts? Are you aware of any besides this one?
No.
Okay, this is also regarding the phone download. Are you aware that on October 18th, 2023, DA Sarah Sadowski claimed that no messages were withheld by law enforcement?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained. Next question.
Your Honor, I object to that. This is clearly relevant to
Court's made a decision. Move on.
wow.
Wow.
Like, stop being ridiculous. Wow.
Are you aware that on February 14th, 2024, that an unredacted phone download was then turned over to defense?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained. Move on. Court has made a decision. Move on.
Oh my God. There's a redacted and an unredacted version. I know that, but it's the new thing.
If you had an unredacted version, why don't you have that today?
Yeah.
What happened to it?
So this is also pertaining to the phone download and Betty's calls. And who is Wes Erdman?
Can you spell that for the court reporter?
Erdmann. Wesley, Wesley, Wesley C. Erdman.
It's a family friend of Betty Handel.
This is what was that?
It's not moving fast today, Jamie.
Oh. Got to be very thorough.
Yeah, that's. I want to see Wes on the stand.
I know. I can't wait.
Any more questions?
Yes, Your Honor. So are you aware of any redacted or unredacted versions of this phone download with this, that the state has in her possession?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you aware that the state has a redacted or unredacted version of the phone download?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question, please.
What?
I love his constant comments on it. What?
No, what? What?
There's a clearly unredacted. Regarding an stipulation in order regarding an unredacted phone download.
Objection relevant.
Sustained. Next question. Court's made a decision. Next question.
Oh my God. May I submit these as exhibits, Your Honor?
What's the exhibit number?
500, 501, 502, 503, and 504.
Okay, Deputy.
Relevant evidence. I would object to these all being used as exhibits. They refer to the not relevant evidence that we've just been discussing.
Okay. Members of the jury, I'm going to take okay, the state's objection, a little more, now that we're outside the presence of the jury, a little more elaboration, and I'll turn to Mr. Olson for his response.
That's you.
No, I'm asking you first.
Oh,
Yeah.
you said Mr. Olson for his response.
Oh, I meant you. I meant state. Yeah.
They are court filings that have been filed with the court. They're not part of the factual basis of this case. They're outside of the knowledge of this court officer, and trial is not the time to relitigate discovery issues or motion issues that are all part of pretrial motion. And all of those documents are related to that.
Okay. Response.
And I disagree and I object. This is the most important part of my case, is that there was unredacted version of this.
What's his background? I don't know. Did he know the woman abducted? He claims so. Why did we think she was abducted in the first place? Because she said so. She was found on the side of a road, waving her arms at a fella saying, "Hey, I'm being abducted." And this fella then came over and said, "Well, I'm going to call the police, and then I have to leave because I have a turkey in the oven." Because he had outstanding felony warrants on him. He was the first one to testify. He was
trying to get her money, though. And he was...
Yeah, he was also
upset
driving
about
around
her.
all night, buying stuff with her ATM card that she didn't have. It was a charge card. And, well, but clearly he didn't do anything wrong. The state has just redacted the statements that would save him.
Phone download proving that there is a text missing and that the phone download is altered.
Well, I wouldn't say that's what he said. He said he was at the bar and he was nice to him, but it didn't seem like they knew each other as far as I remember his testimony. And it's correct. She never said he forced her out of the bar. He said she said when she got in her car, he opened the side door and moved in, made her drive around, got angry at her, and then started driving himself.
Has been altered and was altered, and I've been given numerous, at least 2 different versions of the download, which can be proven by the CCAP, where an attorney was given full discovery, and then 1 month later, that same attorney was given an unredacted version of the phone download. So that there was 2 versions given to this one attorney. In January, D.A. Sadowski gave Attorney Conradi full discovery, and he acknowledges this on the record in court in January of 2024. Then, on February 14th, Attorney Conradi and Sarah Sadowski created a stipulation in order without Judge Child's signature that I couldn't get this new unredacted phone download that was turned over on February 14, 2024. So this is the most relevant part of this case, and is probably the most I mean, important thing for my life right now. And I don't see how this could not be relevant. This is the most relevant of the entire case, and it shows malicious and egregious intent by the district attorney to deceive not only myself but the court. And my attorney at that time is whether it is malicious or not by him, he assisted them by signing that document to keep an unredacted new version of the phone download from me. And they did this with the clerk of courts, Amanda Hodges, without
Sum it up so I can make my.
okay, well, without the judge's signature. And then 5 months later, that same document is fraudulently signed in a sense because it's 5 months later. So this is very relevant, Your Honor. The text, I know the texts were there. I seen with my own eyes.
Okay, let me take a real quick look at Exhibit 500 through 504. 500 appears to be an email exchange. Okay.
Yes.
And all of these exhibits have your personal notes on them as well that I can see. Okay, upon the court's review of Exhibit 500 to 504, and after hearing arguments of the parties, the court agrees with state these exhibits are not allowed in. Okay, let's bring in the jury.
That's why, Your Honor.
I just said I agree with the state that these exhibits are not relevant. You're attempting to relitigate discovery disputes that have already been decided by the court.
Wow, how's that possible?
How's that?
Because it's already been agreed upon by the court.
But it shows that she redacted them.
And you didn't argue about it before, dummy.
Yeah, but no,
Well, he did, but
it shows
he
that
still allowed the rejection.
No, this is intrinsic fraud in the court. This is what this is.
I told Jemima she would look forward to today. I think she's blowing a gasket right now.
Intrinsic fraud in the court. What? Yes, it is. There's no judge's signature on the. Yeah, but that's not. This is when they kept it from me.
I hate when people like him getting railroaded. I'm going to hold a fundraiser for him, Jimmy.
We should. And we should all reach out to the FBI for him also.
I know you can see that that's fraudulent. I mean, it's either one or the other. You're clearly lying. I know you can see that that's fraudulent.
Now he's claiming his grandpa is lying.
You can clearly see.
That's why I tried firing you.
No, well, I mean, that's pretty.
Okay, we're back on the record in the presence of the jury. Welcome back, members of the jury. Mr. Olson, please continue.
All right,
Oh my God. Oh my God. Remember to lock your doors. My king is not a lawyer. He is, I think he has a BA in international business. Plenty has been reset again. Oh, no surprise there.
So you said that Betty Hannell had and Mr. Olson had made 5 stops where
Marissa, can you write Trump and say that on behalf of me and Jamie, we want an appeal and the FBI?
Yes.
Space Force is our last line of defense in this case.
her credit card was used. And you have video of 2 only? Is that correct?
Yes.
So why didn't you obtain the video from the other 3 stores?
I explained this yesterday due to the reporting with the credit card company going back. They didn't have an exact time, they only had a date. And I didn't go and watch 24 hours of video from each location.
So don't you think this is important to Betty Hannell's claim of abduction, to view video evidence?
Video was not pulled from the 3 other locations.
Wouldn't you normally, in another investigation, pull all video that you could to prove an abduction, a claim of an abduction, which is very serious, is it not?
Can you ask the question again?
Isn't someone claiming you were abducted, isn't that serious?
Yes.
So in any other situation like this, wouldn't you go back and pull all video?
At the time, the police department did their best with time and resources in a timely fashion to get evidence that was needed for this case with video, interviewing people, phone downloads, vehicle searches, getting items to the crime lab. So if we probably did the case again, the same outcome would probably happen.
Isn't it true that you didn't get the video because it disproves Betty's claim of being abducted?
Objection, testifying and asked and answered.
Overruled. You may answer the question if you know it.
Can you repeat it?
Isn't it true that you didn't get the video because it disproves Betty's claim of being abducted?
No.
Yeah, she wanted a young man. Just he will testify. You will learn the truth. He was a harlot, like every other woman's.
At Mr. Olson's preliminary hearing, isn't it true that you testified that Mr. Olson was actually driving at the liquor store, the first stop with Betty Hannell and Mr. Olson?
I don't remember.
Yeah, can we just get a seizure?
Do you think it's odd that Betty Hannell was driving during numerous stops with Mr. Olson and Mr. Olson going into the stores, gas stations?
Can you repeat the question?
Don't you think it's odd that Betty Hannell was driving during the time that she claimed she was abducted and Mr. Olson was getting out of the car and going into stores and gas stations?
No.
No.
Don't you think Betty Hannell could have drove off at any time since she was driving and Mr. Olson was not in the car?
No.
Well, you should have stopped faking your seizure and asked Betty these questions, dummy.
Yeah, it would have been the right one to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Any more questions?
I would like to go back to your interview with Mr. Olson.
You know that Chardonnay will get you ladies
I'm
weak in the
going to
knees.
object to this line of questioning. It wasn't in evidence and it's all going to be hearsay.
Well, it's a Hellfish Haven, so thank him for sending it to me.
It's permissible to the extent that it doesn't elicit hearsay testimony, and of course, that it's relevant.
Thank you for 11 months, Springer Bill. Boy won't even look at him. No, and he just yelled at him and said, "That's why I wanted to fire you." I love that even Olsson read it knows that they went over that he never interviewed him or wasn't put in there yesterday.
Isn't it true during your
Yeah, it was like
interview with Mr. Olson that Mr. Olson claimed that
Objection, testifying.
Sustained.
did Mr. Olson tell you that
And you'll support
he was
veterans.
with Betty Hannell?
Objection, testifying.
Okay, sustained.
Oh my God.
It's hearsay, you idiot.
Is that normal for you not to So is that normal for you not to use a defendant's interrogation in a case?
Objection, relevance.
What?
What?
Your Honor, if you want to get into this more, we should excuse the jury.
The members of the jury, I'm going to give you a.
They're getting their steps in today.
When I
Mhm.
ask that, I really mean explain to me how you believe this
Okay.
is relevant and that it's not going to elicit hearsay.
I'm not intending to do anything in that way at all. So that none of that is my intention. Just so you know, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah,
Talk
yeah,
about
yeah.
the point you're trying to
Okay.
prove.
Yeah. So I'm trying to prove that to me it is. I've never heard of a defendant's interrogation never used in a case, and I think this is a tactic they're using to
Have you
to
been in a lot of
conceal what
cases,
actually
sir?
happened, because in the interrogation and by if they use the video of this interrogation and of myself and Mr. Zalewski and other detectives that were present, I think that this was a clear and malicious tactic they used to hide the truth because of everyone's reaction, my reaction, Detective Zalewski's reaction, the other detective's reaction, and Detective Zalewski knew that this claim was utterly ridiculous, and this was why they were calling Betty crazy. They even to me were like, "Oh, sweet Betty, you mean?" And they were really sarcastic because she was swearing at them and was.
Mr. Olson, I'm going to cut you off there because I think I've heard enough relative to your proffer of proof. State, I don't think you need to respond, but if you want to, for completeness of the record, you may do so.
Mr. Olson asked for an attorney during his statement, so I can't play it. Additionally, interwoven throughout the entire statement, the other detectives that were there were the detectives from South Milwaukee where Mr. Olson was accused of a homicide. And so I
Accused of a
can't
homicide.
play that statement.
Objection,
and so
Your Honor.
continuing to go into that is completely inappropriate. Additionally, State v. Johnson 7-4, WIS 2D 2-6, in pages 33 to 38, it precludes the defendant from introducing his own out-of-court statements through the state's witnesses. Additionally, 90801 sub 3, a statement not one made by the declarant while testifying at the hearing is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. This is exactly what the defendant is doing. He's trying to offer these statements in an out-of-court statement for the truth of the matter asserted. He can't do that. He can get on the stand and testify, but he can't bring his statements in through this witness. And it's additionally it's truly just, he asked for an attorney at that hearing. So I can't play it. We couldn't have a hearing about it. I didn't ask to have a Miranda Goodchild hearing because it was very obvious he asked for an attorney at the beginning. And Detective Zalewski was there. He could tell you
He
that.
knew.
But so I'm
Yeah.
sorry. It's just.
Good job. That's why it's not being used, dude.
admissible.
Okay, Your Honor, real quick.
I'm going to rule. Okay. The proponent of that information has already had an opportunity to provide the proffer of proof. And given the arguments of the parties, the court is in agreement with the state. Thus, it is not allowed. We're going to bring in the jury and
Real-
continue on. You're not
may I
allowed.
quickly say
No,
something,
you cannot.
please?
No, you cannot. You had an opportunity to be heard as to that evidence, and my decision is made. Once the court makes a decision, it must be accepted and we
okay.
move on. You can always appeal it.
May
Okay?
I ask inquire
you
about
cannot.
another question? What I'm going to question him now. So
Okay, real quick.
So I'm not allowed to ask him what I said, but am I allowed to ask him why they did not put the interrogation into evidence, because it is odd for such a serious allegation of.
You asked for a
them not to use
lawyer.
The defendant's interrogation.
Did you say the words, "I want a lawyer present"? That's where all of this ends. That's
She just explained it to you, sir. She said the reason we didn't use it is because you asked for a lawyer. Ta-da! That's
You
what
did the
happens
right
when you ask
thing.
for a lawyer. Yeah.
you did the right thing. You had a lawyer then. Now you're doing the wrong thing, not using your lawyer.
Yeah.
Short answer is no.
Okay, and just for the record, I did ask for an attorney, but it wasn't in the beginning. It was.
Mr. Olson, let's not relitigate disputes that have already been decided by the court, and let's not relive history. Life.
All right, I just object. I feel like you're siding with the state on everything
Mr.
here.
Olson, you don't always get the last word. Okay, you don't. I control the record, and when I say we're done, we are done. You don't like my decision, you can appeal it. I remind you that paragraph 9 of the court's rules of decorum, you are to accept the court's ruling. You may not like it, but you have to accept it and you move on.
May I add?
No.
Can I object to anything? I can.
Oh my God, that I almost choked to death.
Okay, Okay, we're ready.
Huh?
She said
I mean,
no.
It sounds like when you talk to your kids. No, we can't have ice cream for dinner. No.
Told you no 50 times.
Yeah, he wants to object based on the 19th Amendment. Judge, I don't recognize the
We're
19th
back on the
Amendment. You're not
record.
allowed to have a
Welcome back,
vote.
members
You're
of the
not
jury.
allowed to
Mr.
be a
Olson, please
judge.
continue.
Oh my God, that's funny. Yeah, this court is very corrupt. This corrupt judge. SOB.
Make a request to you. Before I make my request, am I allowed to make a request to you of this witness?
What?
Okay, my apologies,
Sorry.
members of the jury. I'm going to take you back out there for another break. I hope it's a
Sorry.
short one. Remind everyone, this case is not concluded, not talk about it, and do not conduct your own research. Yeah.
On a scale from 1 to 5, how fast do you think that they'll come back finding him guilty after making him run in and out?
As long as it takes them to sign those papers.
Mr. Olson, you may think this is funny.
No, I don't.
No, I don't want to hear anything from you while I am talking. This is not acceptable. And although I've had your case for a very long time, I think I've had enough exposure to you to know how you conduct yourself. I am not going to tolerate this anymore. We've lost so much time. I am, however, though, going to give you just a little more time to talk to standby counsel so that you are, I know you're aware because I've gone through this with you before, but that you remember and appreciate that there are rules and procedure we all must follow. And while you're not an attorney, I don't expect you to know. The fact remains that you are representing yourself, you have standby counsel, you are expected to know the rules of procedure. And what you are doing, and I know you're fully aware of this,
No, I'm not.
is to delay this trial.
No, that's not true, Your Honor.
Again, we're not having
Well, it's not
a
true.
conversation back and forth. You don't get to engage with me, okay, in a conversation like this. I am talking, okay? And again, you may not like what I'm saying. You may not like my decisions, but you still have to accept it and we'll move on. There's only one person in this room who controls the proceeding, and that is the judge. Doesn't matter if it's my courtroom or anyone else's courtroom.
Judges love when you do that.
So now I'm going to go off the record to give you a few minutes to talk to your attorney about criminal procedure so that you understand, because what you just pulled right now, okay, when we bring in the jury, we're ready to go. Okay, you had an opportunity, which would have been a sidebar discussion. So we had a discussion outside the presence of the jury, okay, relative to your examination. If there were other things that you wanted to do that you believe would require the court making a decision, you should have taken that up while we were outside the presence of the jury. And mind you, this morning I started off with letting everyone know that if there's anything you need during examination, let the court know. You had a chance to let me know, but you waited until the jury was brought in. It is not acceptable. This is another tactic of yours to delay this trial. And I'm warning you, this is a stern warning. Again, I'm being more than tolerant of your behavior and your antics, but I remind you that the rules of decorum, I should just have you removed from the courtroom, okay? Because this should be another violation of the rules of decorum. But out of extreme caution, ensuring that this case proceeds in a fair and just manner, I'm going to go off the record so that you can talk to standby counsel to make sure that you understand what is and is not permissible. No, we're done. You don't control the record. You have to understand that. You don't control the record. Okay, we're off the record.
She doesn't let me speak. What's the word? I asked her to let you take over because I had a concussion at the beginning of this week. But she denied my right to let you take over. That's why I don't have a right. Yes, no, that's what she told me. No. Listen, let me finish. So you interrupt me, she interrupts me.
Yes.
It doesn't make any sense. I can't interrupt anybody.
Your myth and comfort break, sir.
Yes,
Thank
you
you.
may step down. We're off the record.
God, man, anybody else?
Oh, this poor guy.
He wants his microphone back. So it's all for the press. It's all for the press.
Ask you to be removed. And
Oh yeah, he wants everyone
ask
to
you
hear
to be
this.
removed. And I asked you to take over because I had a concussion, wasn't ready, and I didn't have discovery. And she told me, oh, let me finish. I go, let me finish.
Let me
so
finish.
No, because I am, but she wanted me to talk to you about what's going on. So when she made me keep you, she just in case I couldn't move forward in trial, so you could take over. Now that I wanted you to take over, you're saying that no, that's not what you're here for. Okay, in court on the record.
Isn't what he's here for.
No, now he's trying to hire him again.
Find me to take over like you did. Am I right to do like you took over? So you did. Sure, you never did. But if I wanted you to take over, I trusted you, and you would have done a better job than me. So
I would have done a better job than you.
Purposely. Wrong, you know it.
It's just delay tactic. Yeah, go tell your friends and family, because this is as dumb as you can be as a defendant.
Trying to ask her to order him. I don't know what to do. I mean, hey, I was trying to ask her to order him to turn over.
Love the camera when I was like, we heard that before.
Like, okay, we're done.
Of the witness.
Yes.
What is it?
Okay.
Olson in the courtroom. Okay, Mr. Olson, you said there was something you wanted to ask of the court relative to your anticipated questioning of the witness.
Yes.
What is it?
Okay, so my main concern are it's pretty it's just one or two things, it's not very much really, but my main concern is the phone download. And what I would like to ask of you, Your Honor, is that you order Detective Brian Zalewski to turn over directly to the court or defense or a private investigator.
She already ruled on that.
All the pictures from Betty Handel's car that were taken and any items found, and the original phone download that he has in his possession, because I believe this is extremely important to my case, and it's the most vital piece of information, and it involves my life here. And I would like to ask you to order those two items be turned over directly from Brian Zalewski so that they can be evaluated by myself. And this would not even take very long. This would take 10, 20, 30 minutes at most, maybe not even that long, for me to examine these two items and maybe have them examined by a professional who I've already been in talks with. So that's my main concern. I just wanted to say real quick
I'm gonna help you.
Now, when Attorney Zalewski was appointed, and I did fire him for whatever reasons, that I feel he doesn't help me. But anyway, you forced me to keep him as standby and said that he was there just in case I needed him to move forward with trial if I was not prepared. Now, when I had a concussion during the beginning of this trial, when there's no final...
Olson, I'm going to direct your focus, okay? We have a witness.
Where does a pirate go to get his hook? The second-hand store.
Oh my gosh. But
M-Spy, they're so bad you can't even even get a laugh out of Jamie. That's how
you
bad
get
it
a
was.
giggle.
Between experience this with Baker and friends and watching my cat do squishy on my sleeping dog, this is a pretty good day. Yeah. Oh, everyone be on your best behavior. So this case is very interesting. It raises some constitutional problems as well as legal problems. So why is her name that long? BBB. 5B raises some really good question. Hey, 5B's mom, and welcome. This is a good Christian channel where you can let your daughter roam free without supervision, unless Jamie is on. Jamie is, yeah. Hey, Slidey boy.
Yeah, I'm the problem.
All for show, for sure. Trying to make everyone think there's something out there that will exonerate him. Yeah, that's his tactics. Do goats tell dad jokes or do they just kid around?
Oh my lord. Ba-dum-bum.
Inspire is not the one to follow.
In the witness on the witness stand, and you had an ask of the court. I understand your ask now is for the court to issue an order directing the detective to turn over discovery directly to you rather than through the usual protocol, which is to the state.
Or the court.
I got that, okay. And then you now want to also relitigate legal representation. That's at this time.
No.
Oh, he gave him.
You're
You
talking over
didn't.
me, and I'm not done talking. That's a violation of the rules of decorum. I've really just had it with you, Mr. Olson. You commit any violation of the rules one more time, I will have you
Really
removed,
just had it with you.
and you'll view this trial by Zoom. We'll work on figuring out the logistics of that, but I lost count already, but I think this is probably the third time I've had to warn you that you're on the verge of being removed for the remainder of the trial. So, as I was saying, you want to relitigate your right to legal representation. At this time, okay, a couple things. First and foremost, that's an issue that the court has already decided. The record, I think, is quite lengthy, and it's clear as to what transpired and ultimately the court's findings and decision. The other point is that that's not germane to the examination of this witness. Okay, so you are to stay on what's relevant, and I trust that if you're not, that the parties, well, it doesn't matter whether it's you or a state, but if the line of questioning elicits information that either one of you believe is not relevant, I would expect and I trust that you guys will make your objections and it's noted for the record. But I've just really had enough with your antics. It's 11:03. We can barely get through the examination of this witness. That's all for the record. We're going to bring in the jury and continue. And
I think I was Italian in a pasta
finality
life.
of the record relative to defense's request
I'm going to
with
do like the
respect to
standby
the
counsel.
request of the court issue an order. It's denied by the court.
All right, may I comment?
Nope.
No,
That is true, Danny. I'm really sick of your antics, Domino. Quit eating the bunnies.
I have to deal with this street, though. You have it. This whole trial is a joke. I don't have discovery. You have it, and it won't open. The two you gave me wouldn't open. We tried opening them right here. Yeah, that was what Jimmy back in 2 years is very limited. They don't have discovery. When we go back, how am I supposed to go over discovery?
He keeps going. How do you know it's redacted if you don't have the discovery?
presence of the jury. Mr. Olson, please continue.
So throughout your investigation, are you aware of any video you've seen that that shows that Mr. Olson was physical or forcibly placed anyone or restrained anyone? Betty Handel?
No.
So are you aware of anything physical, Mr. Olson trying to physically do anything to Betty Handel inside of, what was the name of that? Casa de Giorgio?
No.
Are you
He's
aware
getting a little
of
Judge
Mr.
Bunny with
Olson
her
forcibly
3 strikes?
going into any car belonging to Miss Handel? Forcibly.
Yeah, I think that's debatable based on what I think forcibly is. I'd say yes.
You're aware that Mr. Olson forcibly went into a car. You're aware of that personally. You've seen that?
I think if I didn't see it, I'm going on the testimony of Betty Handel.
Okay, that's
If
hearsay.
I'm
That's hearsay.
Judge, can I finish
Oh,
speaking?
sorry. Oh.
You asked the question, let the witness answer.
Thank you for asking me if it's forcibly. If I'm getting into my vehicle, I have an expectation of privacy that no one else would be entering that I'm not expecting. So if someone's opening a passenger front door, I would consider that forcibly.
Are you aware that Mr. Olson actually closed Betty Handel's passenger door or driver's side door for her?
Objection, testifying.
Sustained. Next question.
Is there any video outside of Casa de Giorgio?
No.
Are you aware that Betty Handel testified that Mr. Olson and herself only spoke for a minute or two before she left Casa de Giorgio?
Can you ask the question again?
Are you aware that Betty Handel testified that her and Mr. Olson only spoke for a minute or two before she left Casa de Giorgio?
Yes.
Are you aware that Rex testified that Mr. Olson and Ms. Handel actually spoke for about 45 minutes to an hour before they left together at Casa de Giorgio?
I would disagree with your statement of what Rex said.
Okay, are you aware that Rex did testify that Betty Handel and Mr. Olson spoke for 45 minutes or longer?
Thank you, M. Spire. Last one. The worst thing about working at the unemployment office is getting fired one day and still having to show up to work the next day. That's actually clever. Jamie didn't catch that one. Jamie's not even here. Good one, M. Spire. Good one.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Move on.
Are you aware that Betty Handel claimed that she walked out alone and that Mr. Olson went out after?
Yes.
Are you aware that Rex testified that Betty Handel and Mr. Olson actually walked out together?
Yes.
Bless you.
Are you aware that Betty Handel did not want Rex to know that she actually knew Mr. Olson?
Now we're getting into it.
No.
I can't remember exactly how long Rex said they were in there together.
Also, during your investigation, let me think, how can I phrase this?
Oy, oy.
So besides the 5 stores that Mr. Olson and Ms. Handel went to together, are you aware of any other stops?
Yes, according to Betty Handel's testimony, yes.
What were those other stops?
She said at some point you stopped for liquor, unless it was one of the 5 stops that's already used with a credit card.
Wasn't there a testimony?
Hey, Hulda Sigfusdottir. You missed a great case, and thank you for half a year. That was a sneeze.
Of another stop somewhere on the north side?
Yes.
Okay, what time was that?
I don't remember. It's the northernmost point on the map that I'd made.
Okay, there was also a stop made that Betty Handel testified to, where Mr. Olson got out of the car.
Question?
Are you aware of that of this other stop that was possibly that it didn't involve a store?
This guy's pro se. He's allegedly kidnapped an old lady, 79 years old, drove around with her all night, used her credit card to buy a lot of stuff. But he's being railroaded by the state because they were actually friends, even though she's an old biddy. She forgot that they know each other. And he had a stroke the first day and a massive concussion. The second day, he was just being a pain in the butt. And now today, he wants his standby counsel to take over the case because I don't know why.
Because he can't
Yes,
do
there's
his
a lot
job.
of different things that have happened here in 16 hours. Yes, Betty Handel used the bathroom in an alleyway. Yes, there's a meetup with somebody.
Okay.
Betty Handel is drinking alcohol. Betty Handel is asleep.
The stops, that's only for the stops.
Olson, will you please let me finish?
I only asked for the stops, so I didn't ask for you to continue. So there was what about this meetup? Could you tell me what this meetup was?
I don't know.
And what time did this meetup occur?
I don't know.
Doesn't this occur during the time Betty Handel claimed that she was asleep?
I'm not sure.
Didn't this also occur during the time Betty Handel claimed she was up all night?
I'm not sure.
Are you aware if Mr. Olson got out of the car at this time?
I don't know.
Officer Bowtie is still up there, Courtney. He's going to be there for a very long time. We're skipping ahead. Shouldn't he have asked Betty these questions? He should, but his uncle kept yapping in his ear.
Just to be clear, Your Honor, just some basics. When you conduct an investigation and you collect evidence, is that kept at your police station?
Yes.
Yes. Could you tell us about that process generally?
Like any just general how I collect evidence?
Well, let's just talk about the phone download for fun. When you do the phone download,
I'm going to skip through all of this because it's just how do you download a phone?
Up right now?
when you read phone log,
No.
face recognition when people are typing in Google searches,
No.
and after those Google searches were made, were they kept on the phone?
No, they're deleted.
And we talked about deleted messages and phone calls yesterday. What time frame was deleted off of Betty's phone?
Are we talking about these searches right here or everything?
Everything,
Uh,
generally.
generally like from 7 or 8 a.m. on November 24th, 2022, going backwards.
Just briefly, Mr. Olson brought up Wesley Erdman.
Yes.
What relevance does Wesley Erdman have to this investigation?
The relevance is at one point, Tim Olson claims that he's Wes, and that will prove that they're friends. So I look into that communication between Wes Erdman and Betty Handel. I reach out to Wes Erdman. I learn that he's a family friend. At one point, he's an older gentleman. At one point, he was dating Betty Handel's now deceased husband's sister, and that they're friends and they speak once or twice a year.
Did you speak to Mr. Erdman in person?
No, I spoke to him over the phone.
Over the phone. Would you have been, if that phone number belonged to Mr. Olson, at that time, would you have just been able to pick the phone up and call Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Yes. Well, and then where would Mr. Olson have been during that time frame?
I'm sorry.
Would you have been able to call Mr. Olson directly?
I wouldn't have.
No, you wouldn't have been able to call him.
No.
No. So, but you were able to call Mr. Erdman directly?
Yes.
Anime, I don't know what those people are who are coming in and
How many victims
Android thing.
of crimes have you interviewed
Just
in your career?
And them.
I don't know. A lot.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection.
On what grounds, what basis?
Irrelevance.
Hi.
Misleading the
response?
jury.
He was attacking the credibility regarding different statements, and I think that talking about victims and their responses to trauma is relevant. So I'm trying to set the foundation for that.
Objection overruled. You may answer the question if you need to repeat it. It's taken to so.
A lot of victims.
Hundreds, thousands,
At least thousands.
at least thousands. So when a victim initially reports a crime, is there a standard reaction that occurs?
Yeah, they're scared and have emotional distress.
And if you re-interview that victim a few days later, what is their demeanor like usually at that time?
Calm.
Is it common that some of the statements change between those two interviews?
Yes.
If two different people interview the same victim, do they ask exactly the same questions?
No.
So, for example, you interviewed Michael Four, is that correct?
Yes.
And then Officer Garrett Olson interviewed Michael Four, is that correct?
Yes.
Was Garrett Olson's interview recorded?
I don't know.
No. Did we see any recordings of the interview during this trial?
No.
No. Was your interview with Mr. Four recorded?
I don't know.
No. And did you compare notes and ask exactly the same questions?
No, we did not.
Does it make sense that the responses are not exactly the same?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
On what basis?
He's giving his opinion.
Objection
Yeah.
overruled.
That's what he's
Next question.
supposed to do.
Thank you. Did you respond to the original scene where Betty was recovered?
I'm sorry.
Did you respond to the scene where Betty was recovered?
No.
No. Did you hear the original conversation between Michael Four and Betty?
No.
Do you have any idea what was said on that scene?
No.
He knows from the statement.
I have no further questions.
Recross of the state's redirect.
Okay, so first, when did Mr. Olson claim to be this Wes Erdman?
Objection. Testifying.
Sustained.
I'm confused.
Did
Testify.
Mr.
Next
Olson?
question.
Did Mr.
So
Olson?
you just stated that at some point Mr. Olson claimed to be, or I'm confused. So at some point you said that you claimed Mr. Olson claimed to be this Wes Erdman. I mean,
What's the question?
what?
Did Mr. Olson
In
claim to
what way
be?
did Mr. Olson claim to be Wes Erdman? To who? To who did
Hold
Mr.
on.
All right,
Ask
all
the
right, sorry.
question. Let the witness answer.
Do you have any idea about this?
I believe from listening to jail calls, I believe you stated that would prove that you're friends with Betty.
What?
Yes.
Has this been admitted to evidence? This call, where I claim to be, Mr. Olson claimed to be Wes Erdman?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained. Next question.
Good question.
How what didn't happen? A phone call? You really said how did it redirect that? I mean, is this testimony about what your claim is to Wes Erdman? Is this something you heard on a jail call?
Yes, I believe I heard it on a jail call.
I can't ask if he's placed this in evidence.
I don't know. I don't have discovery.
Objection, relevance.
Has this call been placed into discovery?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained. Next question.
Oh my God. Do you have any knowledge of this? Is this accusation, absurd accusation, is this in any police reports or statements or in this investigation?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. You can answer that question.
I don't think it's an accusation. I believe I did write a police report from me speaking to Wes Erdman.
I'm just confused. Here that, so according to your police report right here, there's nothing in here that you said that you heard Mr. Olson claim he was Wes Erdman.
There a question?
Is there something in your police report stating that you claim Mr. Olson claimed that he was Wes Erdman?
I believe I wrote a police report for reaching out to Wes Erdman.
You're saying Mr. Olson reached out to Wes Erdman?
No, I spoke to Wes Erdman.
Okay, so regarding your claim that Mr. Olson claimed he was Wes Erdman, did you write a report on this?
I wrote a report about speaking to Wes Erdman.
Did you write a report about the phone call that you listened to?
I don't remember.
Absurd. Did you listen to many of Mr. Olson's phone calls?
At times, yes.
Did you ever hear Mr. Olson say that Betty Handel actually bought him a Thanksgiving Day card?
Testifying.
Sustained.
So what?
He's just
Yeah, he's just lost.
getting so mad. He
Yeah.
can't ask. He's just asking absurd questions.
But again, had he had a lawyer, his lawyer would kick this in because he's just testifying. Well, I heard it on a phone call.
Yeah.
Well, then play that phone call for us. He's just an idiot. That's why.
You aware that Betty Handel bought Mr. Olson a birthday card?
Objection, testifying.
Sustained.
I can't prove anything that really happens. That's all.
No, if you can't prove it, you can't prove it, you idiot.
Yeah. You should be asking Betty this stuff.
So during this alleged phone call from the jail, how did Mr. Olson claim to be Wes Erdman?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
I believe you're speaking to your mother and you explain that this person or communication will clear you that show that you're friends.
So, is any of this accusation placed into evidence?
I don't know.
Is any of it placed in discovery?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained. Next question.
Is there any way you can prove this accusation that Mr. Olson claimed to be Wes Erdman?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
Violate any more?
Any more questions?
Yeah, just a second, Your Honor. I'm just making sure I don't violate any more rules.
That would be nice.
I mean, you can try.
Yeah, but also, these
accessing these accounts were during this alleged incident. Did you investigate these Google Voice account entries?
No,
This was a pretty serious alleged incident. This alleged abduction. Isn't it odd that you didn't do a lot of investigating? You didn't. Isn't it odd?
no.
You don't normally investigate serious cases to the full extent.
I do. I think I was very thorough investigating this case.
So, do you think that not viewing camera footage from 3 of the 5 alleged incidents involving an abduction and supposed identification fraud, do you think that not checking those 3 video footage of those 3 locations, do you think that's investigating to the full extent?
During my investigation of Betty Handel being abducted, I followed the paper trail back. I was able to get video at 2 of the businesses where Mr. Olson used her credit card without Betty Handel in the business. At one of the businesses, she stayed in the car. You can see there's another person in the car. I think that's being very thorough. I'm not going to waste time and resources pulling video that I may or may not get at a business, 24 hours of video, and then holding it to go through it and scan it at a later date when I have other pressing issues, and time management and how I handled the case was my call.
Okay, do you think that someone alleging an abduction is wasting your time to have that investigated?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained. Next question.
Wouldn't you normally investigate the phone usage a little more? Like, wouldn't you normally investigate this account, who accessed it, whose account this was? Wouldn't you normally investigate
Very low.
that?
Wait your space.
I did investigate this.
You investigated whose account was accessed right there?
No,
You just stated that you did investigate.
I investigated the phone download.
So my question is, don't you think this case was serious enough for you to investigate whose account was accessed there?
I already answered yes, this is a serious case.
Okay, so for the redirect with Michael Scott 4, even though you did not hear what was said, Betty Handel never claimed to have been sexually abused. Is that correct?
Yes,
Why do you want to hear about that? You're
And
not
also for the
accused of
record,
it.
Michael Scott 4 changed his story
Yeah.
as to whether or not Betty Handel was driving or not driving.
are you asking me?
Yes, for the record, he did change his story, correct?
Yes,
For the record, you also changed your testimony from the prelim and from what actually happened in the criminal complaint. Is that correct?
No.
I'd like to remind you that you're under oath.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained. Ask a question if you have one.
He's aware.
Objection asked and answered.
So you had just stated that Michael S4 changed his story.
Objection asked and answered.
Let him finish the question.
So again, and this is pertaining to the entire case, Betty Handel changed her story numerous times, correct?
Okay, sustained. The objection sustained. Next question, please. Do not answer.
She,
That state?
Briefly. Officer, if I showed you a report regarding your interview with Wes Erdman, would that refresh your recollection about how you actually heard about this person?
yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
To review, and when you're done, please give that back. Yes. So why did you look up Wesley Erdman?
Because you asked me to.
And you're familiar then with what was previously marked as exhibit number 114, correct?
Which is one, what?
The download of Betty's phone.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
And I am pulling up what is page 411 of 15,086. And I'm looking.
I don't know why it
specifically
calls you
at the
Kipo.
box label number 2. Is there a name in that box label number 2?
Yeah. The name is Wes.
Is there a last name?
No.
No. Does that, you just reviewed your police report regarding Wesley Erdman. Does that phone number right above Wes look familiar?
Yes.
By the context in this, could you tell who this was? This
You
individual
didn't.
named Wes.
You mean just from reading this?
Just from reading this.
No.
No. So as part of the investigation, was it important to figure out who Ms. Hannell communicated with?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay. A follow-up to that from
Anyone who
defense.
asks 8-ball is Kepo or lol or something.
Well, my only question to you is, would you supply a copy of this phone call you listened to the court, the state, the defendant, that you supposedly heard Mr. Olson claim to be Wes Erdman?
I might be mistaken. I've listened to a lot of calls of yours.
All right. Say any follow-up to that?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. You may step down. It's now 11:49, members of the jury. What
Oh, I think he's going to talk some
I
more.
would rather than have the stage playing, I'm going to shoot before 1 o'clock, so maybe directly not from you. I had hoped that I could gauge how much more time you both would need before I should be given to 105, 110 around there. But State has 2 more witnesses at this time. I'm not going to hold you to it, Mr. Olson, but I just want to.
So my witness list was never, the subpoenas were never went out. I was told that Attorney Zalewski was
Okay,
in.
the question is how many witnesses and whether you would testify so that I have an idea on timing. That's all. I'm just asking for a number.
So okay, so I need to ask because there was supposed to be a final pretrial, so this is all thrown out of whack.
I'm going
So
to
I'm
redirect you
ask-
one more time, Mr. Olson, and mind you that you are to answer questions asked by the court. I'm looking for a number so that I can have an idea of timing so I can instruct the jury. How many witnesses, including yourself, and you don't have to tell me if you're going to testify, I just need to know a number.
Okay, hold on one second. Can I recall that?
Okay, well, let's assume it's not gonna be 0. Let's just assume that. I think that would be a safe assumption. So if we have state's 2 witnesses and defense will call witnesses, what I'd like to eventually do is state when you finish your second to last witness, we're going to take a break, and then at that time, I think it's probably reasonable then at that time to consider that we're going to have to go into Monday, that we may have to go into Monday, because even if we start at 1, unless if you can only do so much, and then Mr. Olson can only do so much, but even if the 2 of you are pretty expeditious, that will still probably end us at 3, and then I have to read the jury instructions, which means there's probably going to be very little time to alert them, and that's my thought.
Just see how it goes after the state's case. I'm that they might be here on 3. So I believe just waiting until we see if Mr. Olson has any witnesses, and then alerting them at that point. But I think it's a little bit premature.
The time that I'm going to have in my head is 3 o'clock. So the sooner we start picking closer to 3 o'clock, that's when I'm going to
Okay.
really seriously consider informing the jury that, because I think between 3 and 5, that's just very little time. My reading of the jury instruction is probably going to take close to an hour, 30 minutes minimum. Okay, Mr. Olson, your thoughts on timing, and limited to timing only. We're only talking about timing. Your thoughts?
I mean, I'm not quite sure right now, to be honest. I don't know as far as what these two witnesses testifying. I mean, so I can't speculate. So
That's fair. And so just think about it. Parties, think about that. Again, in my mind, 3 o'clock is going to be my gauge. The closer we get to 3, I think the higher the possibility that we may not be able to finish today. Attorney West, we'll see if you could talk to Mr. Olson about the witness lineup and then the colloquy that I'll do with him as well, so he understands. Okay, we are going to go off the record and go to lunch, and we'll be back up at 1 o'clock, and hopefully we'll go on the record immediately after 1. Okay, thank you.
really quick.
Okay, what is it?
I needed Deputy Bruce is very, very accommodating and nice. But anyway, I needed him to grab the item for my motion for my property. Is that okay? Sometime before whenever it's necessary. I just need it to be done sometime before the motion is completely heard.
Okay, yes, he may do that, and I think the deputies know how to get my attention. If you're requesting for something and they are unsure and they want to ask me, they know how to do that. So I don't think that needs to be on the record. Okay, we're off the record.
He's so done with him. So we're gonna go to today after lunch. The first 2 will be two criminal forensic people. No evidence will be known from them that's worth anything, and he has no questions. So just to keep the shenanigans rolling, we're going to skip them and get straight to the good parts.
Yeah.
That would have been 2, and
indicates very strong support for inclusion of both individuals.
Your Honor.
right, stay minutes, and deputy. On the record and outside the presence, there's thoughts and whether he wants to testify. Okay, we're off the record.
Can we?
He has to figure out if you want to testify. When is she coming back?
That's where the judge is.
We're still on the record. I'm waiting for an answer.
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Olson is leaning towards testifying. He has raised 2 questions with me. One is if he would be allowed some time to prepare. I'm not sure what he proposes to do in any time allowed to prepare, but he's asking for it. The second issue he raised is, would he be then testifying in a narrative form? Would I be directing him? Would someone else be directing him? He wants to know how it would work as a practical matter.
Okay. I don't know what time he's requesting and what exactly he intends to use that time for. So
Mr. Olson.
there's that. Okay, what is it? Yes, that's true.
Just to prepare to respond to any questions to all to the charges, to each one. There's a lot involved here, and so one of the reasons is a lot of the documents that I have been rustled around back and forth and are all in disarray, so I have to collect myself, and I just want to get together and go over everything so I can have in my head ready for any questions that are answered of me from the state. And then also, am I going to be just telling my own story?
I'll get to the format in just a minute. How much time? Yeah, sure. I'll get to the format in just a minute. How much time are you asking for?
I mean,
it's already 2 p.m.
So, I mean, honestly, I would need at least an hour to prepare myself for both. I mean, just one maybe, but for both, for sure, an hour. I mean, you know, the state, and then whether Attorney Wazalewski is going to be, you know, asking me my story or however that's going to work. This is
All right. So you're asking for an hour break, effectively, and with respect to the format, you may testify in a narrative form. However, though, it's not free range to say whatever you want. The court's orders on what's limited remains the full force and effect. As you may recall, I ordered that not just you, but anyone, not talk about judicial misconduct, attorney misconduct, any other grievances that you believe you have against anyone. That's not relevant and cannot be brought in. In addition to that, I reminded you, as well as the jury when we did voir dire, as well as the preliminary instructions, what those charges are. If what you want to say relates to or is relevant to those charges, the 5 charges that have been filed against you, then you may do so with respect to the relevant time period. Okay, we've heard a great deal of what that relevant time period is. I would expect that you'll stay within that relevant time period. But now I'm saying all of this relative to the format with the understanding or assumption that you follow what I'm saying and you understand that there are boundaries you cannot cross. If you try to cross those boundaries and violate the court's orders limiting what you can and cannot say, I will cut you off and I will no longer allow the narrative format. So I think we could proceed. It's probably easiest to proceed in narrative format, but with those rules in place. Does that make sense?
I mean, I object to the.
Let me ask you differently then. Are you willing to comply with those rules if the court allows you to testify in the narrative format?
I mean, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I have the right to testify if I so choose so. But I mean,
it's a yes or no. If you're willing to comply and you will comply with the court's rules, then I will allow you to testify in the narrative format. If you choose to testify, if you find and if you believe, you don't have to answer me, but if you believe that it'll be challenging for you to do so, then the best course for me is to not allow the narrative format.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm going to do the best of my ability to say what I have to say without causing any issues in the court.
You can say what you want to say within the boundaries the court has set in its rules. Are you willing to do that?
I mean, yes, as far as I know, I don't think I need to go through any boundaries that you're referring to. I mean,
okay, so with respect to your decision to testify or not testify, what is it?
so just so I'm clear, when I'll just be narrating myself what happened, and there will be nobody directing questions.
Freaking fucking God, move on, idiot.
Happened per each case, each charge, and then
Should we just skip to where he
when I
starts
am being questioned by the
testifying?
state, I need to know is the attorney.
It's just going to be more of the same stupid argument.
Object on my behalf.
No, he does not represent you. He is standby counsel. The only time that he's able to, in a sense.
Let's get to his testimony because this is just stupid.
Need to object as for
Yes.
testifying in
Outside there.
Love that they.
24 CF4 and Judge Davila. Can you look at 24 CF4 938?
Oh.
There's no sentencing date. Yes, 24 CF4 938.
Jimmy, I'm going to go make myself some dinner.
Okay.
Is that for me or is that for Judge Davila? No,
Yes, sir.
24 CF 4938. Yeah.
They are talking about what prior crimes they are asking him about, if you need context.
Okay. The exhibits are still there? It could be there for him. He can use it. Okay, we're back on the record outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Olson is now situated in the witness box, and we're all set to go. We can bring in the jury.
Your Honor, just real quick, I assume it's okay to interrupt if I need to object as we're
Yes,
testifying in narrative form?
follow the same rules and procedure as usual for objection. Just a reminder for the parties to allow the court an opportunity to rule before speaking. That wasn't for me. Okay, welcome back, members of the jury. Thank you for your patience. I really appreciate it. There are a couple things, there are two things I want to inform you. During voir dire, or when you were brought in with the panel of 40, I informed you of the courthouse operations of the hours, courthouse hours, and I indicated that the court must close at 5. But in certain circumstances, the courthouse, with permission of the authorities that be, will allow the courthouse to remain open to the public for a little longer than 5. So today we're going to go to 5:30. I understand that this is a great imposition on your time, and you may, today being Friday especially, you may have plans, and I apologize for that. Which takes me to my second point. Tomorrow, I do want to continue the trial tomorrow. As you may have heard, there may be, we may have a snowstorm. And what I'd like to do is have everybody come back tomorrow and
Oh, that jury hates him
report by
right now.
8:30. You will not be reporting here, though. You'll be reporting
Working on
in
Saturday.
5, which is in the criminal justice facility. You enter that building from 9th and State. And that will be, those will be the only doors that will be open. And the deputies will give you directions. But we will continue the trial tomorrow at 8:30. And then we do have to be down at noon. The courthouse cannot continue to be open beyond noon. So with that information, I realize this is, you know, time that you did not and you could not have anticipated, because I informed you that I expect this trial to last through the end of Friday. With respect to continuing the trial tomorrow, is there anyone who is absolutely not going to able to report for service? Okay, I see no hands. Again, I want to thank you for your patience and your understanding and for your commitment to service. And so tomorrow, report to G55, no later than 8:30. You are to enter through the doors, and the only doors that will be open from 9th and State. Again, the deputies will meet with you and give you further instructions. Also, make sure that we have your phone numbers and that you have our number, so that if something comes up, we can get a hold of you and you can get a hold of us. As you all may remember, we cannot continue until all 14 of you have reported. So that is important. And all week. You all have done that, reported on time as ordered by the court. So thank you. Okay, now Mr. Olson will testify in the narrative form, and thus that's where we will begin. So Mr. Olson, you'll be sworn in first.
If you could raise your right hand. Thank you, sir. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Just speaking to that mic. Can you just spell your first and last name for me?
Spell it.
Please. State and spell.
Timothy Olson, TimothyOlson. So this is going to be a little difficult narrating this, so just bear with me. So as far as, I'm going to start with Betty Hannell. So it's been quite a while since this case, began. So it's going to be a little harder to recollect everything. So I met Betty maybe within 2 years before 2022, sometime around then. I was doing Uber and I stopped at a restaurant bar. It might have been on 76th Street, somewhere in the Greenfield. I believe that's Greenfield. Somewhere in that area near Southridge, somewhere out there. And it was, I was having a drink and Betty was there and we just spoke friendly. She had frequented this place, she told me, because it was a buy one, get one burger, and she liked to go there. I'm always very friendly and outgoing, and she was very nice. We just talked. She told me a lot about herself, you know, that her husband had passed away and that she took care of her brother. I forget where she said that he actually lived. I think he lived in somewhere where they could take care of him. I know she had mentioned that her sister had passed away and that she was actually younger than her. And that, she also mentioned that her sister had embezzled all of her brother's money from an account. And
So you took advantage of her.
Sure it was the brother that
Doesn't make you her friend.
It might have been another family member, but I'm pretty sure it was the brother. So excuse me if I'm wrong there. But anyway, I know that Betty had said that she didn't talk to the sister and that she had already passed away after that it all happened. I know she said she had always told me that her husband passed away sometime before that, and that they always had gone to Casa di Giorgio, and we talked about Rex, and this was even before I went there. I don't remember what else we talked about when we first met. We sort of kept in contact, but not really. I mean, I didn't really text her. It was not like there was no, like it wasn't anything sexual or anything like that. It was just she was just a friend and she was nice. We just talked, and I ran into her a couple times in that area because I was always doing Uber. I probably worked 12 to 16 hours a day, 6 or 7 days a week. And then, so I ran into her here and there. I ran into her maybe I don't know, within a week of that date in 2022. And we had planned, she told me to meet her there on Wednesday, I believe. And she had to take her brother grocery shopping. And she wanted me to meet her there. And I said, yeah, that sounds good. I had been wanting to go there anyway. I actually had tried to go into this restaurant numerous times before, but they were closed on the times they said they were open for some reason. I don't think they got a lot of business. But so we had
Shots
planned
fired
on
at the
that, and
restaurant.
she said she'd get there as soon as she could. That day, I think they didn't open until the late afternoon. She had also told me she didn't want Rex to know that we knew each other because she felt odd because she went there with her husband a lot. She just didn't want to have to explain anything, I think. And I understood that. It wasn't a big deal. So when I arrived, at Casa de Giorgio, I walked in and I sat down at a table at first because Rex was by himself and I didn't know where he wanted me to sit. I would probably sit at the bar right away, but I didn't want to inconvenience him. So I sat at a table and I had a drink and I was going to order. And before Betty even arrived, I went and sat at the bar. I asked him if it'd be all right if I sat at the bar. I wanted to watch some of the sports. And there was actually another gentleman there also. It wasn't just me. And even before Betty arrived, he was sitting, I think, 4 or 5 seats down from me at the bar.
Do you believe him, Jamie?
So I had
Every word,
maybe 1 or 2
every
drinks I was gonna
single
order.
word.
I talked to Rex an awful lot. He's really nice, and we got along quite well. He taught me about his business, and I was curious as his kitchen. I used to manage restaurants.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, but he did some
talked
dive.
about a lot of the food items that he served, and I think I had an appetizer, and it was really good. I think it was calamari, and he had made it a little different.
We don't care.
In some sauce.
Oh my God.
Let me think. So I don't know how much time went by. It was a considerable amount of time before Betty even arrived there. So I talked to Rex and other gentlemen that was there for quite some time. Again, like I said, when before arriving there, Betty had explained to me that she didn't want Rex to know that we knew each other.
Why?
There's a little bit more involved in why the reasons why she didn't want him to know, but for testifying purposes, I'm not going to get into that information.
Why you're not going to get into it for testifying? This is exactly now you should do it. Why wouldn't you do it?
I might reconsider that because this is very important. So, trying to remember anything else that she had told me. Well, she told me that her husband and her had frequented there. She had showed me like the booth that they always sat in.
What does this prove?
That they were friends.
No, because we know that he sat down with her that day and talked to her. Do you not think that he was trying to be her friend so he could slide in her DMs and get her charge card?
She sat like one stool over from me.
we just started talking right away, and we just talked about, you know, all sorts of things. Her son, I think it was a laptop that she had just gotten, a new laptop or something. She had her Nook or whatever with her as well. But I know she had talked about getting a new laptop and that she wasn't able to work it properly. Let me think what else. I know Rex came over several times and we were all talking together about the menu items, drinks, and I commented he made drinks really well. He was very polite, really kind. I think Betty ordered wine. I don't remember if she got anything to eat or not. But we talked for quite a while there. It was at least an hour, and I was probably there maybe an hour and a half before she even arrived. So I don't know what time it was at that point. But she was very uncomfortable in a way talking there in front of Rex.
No, because she was hooking up with him.
So to me, I started to get the feeling that, that she was sort of attracted to me in a way. She had made comments, but she never made it never was out more than that. But I guess I got that feeling because she kept making it clear too that she didn't want Rex to know I was there. I knew her. But like I said, there was other reasonings for that. So we decided to leave maybe about an hour after I arrived. And again, she didn't want anybody to know that we had planned to meet there and we were together. But we weren't together like that. Like,
well, where was your vehicle?
It wasn't a date.
Sir?
It was just friends meeting. And, you know, I know she didn't really have a lot of people she talked to. She talked to her brother, who she took care of. And that was really it. But at that time, I was also in a situation where I needed to talk to somebody, and she was nice, so she didn't mind.
All right, Ms. Olson, you have to keep going.
I am.
Keep it along.
So I'm trying to get everything out. It's not easy. It's 4 years ago.
You've testified a lot about the relationship. Okay, now move on.
Yeah, move on to that. Like, what happened when you got in that vehicle?
So we decided to leave, and we walked out together. But no, I'm sorry. Let me recollect.
Come on, bro.
Okay, no, I wasn't sure exactly what she wanted to do. We didn't discuss if we were going to stay there. She did want to leave because of Rex and go somewhere else, but I wasn't sure what she wanted to do, where we were going. So we did decide to leave, but I wasn't sure what was going on, where we were going, what was going to happen next. We had never actually ventured out together. It was always just running into each other or briefly speaking. So when we got outside, I went around by her passenger door, and because it swung open all the way, and she couldn't reach it, so I went and shut it for her. And then I went around the other side and got in the vehicle. Was no surprise. And I didn't even completely shut the door because I was going to go back in and pay. And actually, I know this sounds a little odd, but Betty actually, I was having some trouble at the time, I guess, and Betty gave me actually like $200.
Objection, relevance.
What?
What?
Stop it.
Quick
Sir.
response to that.
Well, as far as like objecting to what she's saying,
Yeah,
I object. It's very relevant as far as what really happened.
Objection overruled. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So she had given me, I don't remember how much it was. I didn't count it. I honestly didn't even like accepting it from her. But it was a odd time. And she gave me the money, and she had given me a Thanksgiving card that she had bought me. And at the time also, she gave me a birthday card, even though it was well past my birthday, and said that she hadn't seen me, but she had bought the card for me. And, I was very appreciative. I think there was a Starbucks card in there that she had bought me. If I remember correctly. One of the cards, I believe, was like a music card where you open it up and it played music. Something like that. It was a little bigger, a little heavier. I think it was the birthday card. So anyway, I was about to go back in and pay. She's like, no, let's just leave. You can come back later. She didn't want anybody to see me get back out of her car, go back in. She said, let's just go. I said, are you sure? I didn't want to do that to Rex because he was.
I believe his story that this 79-year-old lady who always went to Rex's restaurant told him, no, let's just dine and dash. Come on now.
Yeah.
And it was a birthday card.
It was a birthday card with the Starbucks card in it.
Yeah, she's so nice, Jamie.
She is. I'm going to be her friend.
I think she was just looking for some brown chicken, brown cow.
No.
Really nice, and I wanted to go back right away and pay.
Oh, bullshit.
She wasn't wanting me to go back in, so I shut the door and we pulled out. She's kind of an erratic driver. She
that Betty,
like, really far back into the parking lot, like all the way back behind the restaurant. And
what a hoot.
Then finally was able to, because where she was parked at the restaurant, she was right in front of the driveway to exit out. She could have just easily went out, but she reversed all the way back. I thought that was kind of funny because she didn't want anybody to see us leaving together, and yet she reversed all the way back and then went forward again in front of everyone. I thought they had seen us, but I guess not. There was other gentleman that was there. I think he was exiting the building when we were pulling out. So from there, we were pulling out. I'm thinking we went, what direction did we go? So we weren't really sure where we were going. We pulled out and she turned left into the parking lot of a strip mall right there. It's we were just looking for somewhere to go, and I think that's where like Home Depot is or something. And there's a bunch of like restaurants in that area, bars.
Betty's just a party animal.
I'm trying to remember where we went
I love it when 79-year-old ladies are just on a bender.
They are. That's what it sounds like.
She pulled out of that parking lot and
I still don't know where we are at. He keeps
onto South 27th Street. So we were. Oh yeah. Okay, so she pulled back out of the parking lot, and we were facing south on South 27th, and she turned right and went back up. I think that's Racine. I don't remember the name of that road right there where Casa de Giorgio's on. I think it's Racine, and we headed towards 76th Street, I believe, and we were headed towards her house, and because she decided she'd just rather just go maybe have a drink at her house. She wanted to show me her house, and
did she?
As we got closer, she decided not to go to her house because her neighbors were out, and I don't remember exactly where it was, but I think she must have been really close with her neighbors. So from there, I had, asked if we could, drive somewhere to a liquor store. I was going to grab something to drink for myself because she really didn't know where she wanted to go. She didn't like going very many places. I believe we drove around for a little bit, and I'm not sure exactly how we ended up. We just were driving, talking, and we ended up pretty far away from there. I think we went back towards like 27th Street and ended up on somewhere on the south side. And it was just like a little liquor store, I don't know, deli looking type place. I don't know the name of it. But we were just driving around, just talking. She was fine with that. She really didn't like to go too many places. As far as I know, the only places she went was the one that I originally met her at. I don't know the name of that. And then Casa de Giorgio, she didn't really venture out too many places. So I stopped we pulled up at the liquor store. It wasn't really a liquor store. Like I said, it was just a store, like a local neighborhood store. There were plenty of people outside. She pulled up on the side of the building, pretty far away from the door. And there was people walking all around. I got out of the passenger seat and went in, and actually she thought I was just going to leave for some reason. She had constantly mentioned, you're not going to just leave, are you? I said, no. Why would I leave? I don't know. I think she was worried about because she had given me money that I was just interested in the money she gave me, and I was going to leave. And it was very odd. So anyway, I went in the.
He's not a sugar baby, Jamie. I know you think, he just did it for the money, but he didn't. It wasn't those $200 you paid him. He's not a gigolo.
No.
And everywhere that he goes, people keep talking about him. He's not a gigolo.
Such a sweetheart, just giving him money for his company, because who wouldn't want to be in that man's presence? Come on.
That's exactly the same deal me and my girlfriend have.
Yeah.
$200 and we'll drive around for a bit, but then I'll clean her dentures.
Yep.
Store, and I got
Oh God.
A few things. I don't remember everything. And I don't know, I was in there maybe 10 minutes. Then I came back out, we left. I don't remember where we went from there. Okay. Yeah, no, we went to I actually asked her if she could drive to a vape shop that I knew was there on South 27th, somewhere near trying to think where that was. I don't know, maybe it was somewhere near college. It was on South 27th, the vape shop. They were closing. She pulled up and parked. And I went in. The guy was just closing. She was out in the car by herself. She had her phone. There was 2 sets of keys to her car. She was telling me about her car, so that's how I know that I think her son got it for her. So there were 2 sets of keys in the car. I went in to the vape shop for probably maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
Looked around. And the guy was kind of in a rush to close, so I just kind of left. And I believe from there, we went up the road to another store. Also on South 27th Street. I don't remember the name of it. It was more closer to Ryan Road. I parked. There was a lot of cars there. It was pretty busy, and I parked really far away from the front of the building. At the end, or she parked. Sorry, she parked.
Oh, is that a slip up?
It was a good distance from the door. And then I walked in and I got some items. I don't even remember what. So, I don't know, I wasn't in there very long. Maybe I got some scratch off lottery tickets or something. And
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance.
What does this have to do with
Sustained.
anything?
Do not talk about that. Continue on with your testimony.
okay. From there, we left. I don't remember where we went from there, but I know sometime during that time we pulled over and I drove. She didn't want to drive any longer. She was tired and she has a difficult time maneuvering around. Oh, I also wanted to state that she was not using a walker at that time at all. She moved around quite easily and didn't have a problem. She did have an issue with arthritis and pain. I know she had told me about that before. So I think I had taken over driving for a while. I think at that point I had contacted a friend went to go meet him somewhere on the north side. I don't remember exactly where it was. So I got out, went, and my friend's, I parked, and she was fine, and I got out and went in my friend's car, and we left and went to his house, which was just right up the street. She just waited there. I wasn't gone long, maybe a few minutes, 5, 10 minutes. And I came back, and she was there in the car. It was right by a busy road. There was a store nearby, also right nearby. I don't remember the exact intersections. I think before I got back into the car, I sat and talked to my friend outside of the car for a while. We were a good distance away from Betty's car. And then I got in and we left. And I don't know, we drove around. I mean, we just drove around and talked. I was in, like I said, I was just in need of a friend to talk about. There was a lot of things going on with me at the time. So, we just, like I said, we drove around and talked a lot. From there, we went, I believe we ended up back towards the south side. I was just driving around anywhere. I wasn't even sure where we were headed. We had no destination. I eventually stopped at another gas station. I don't know how long that was.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance again.
What?
Sustain. Don't talk about that, but continue on.
I object, Your Honor. This is relevant because I went to a store and left and parked up the road and went back in.
I sustain the objection. Continue, though, with your testimony.
All right. So after leaving this store that I was in, I walked back up the block. It was busy, so I had to walk about a half a block to where I parked. It was a really busy area and busy store for some reason. So anyways, I had to walk about half a block back to the car. And I got in, we left. And so I don't remember where we went exactly after that. Just bear with me, this is very hard to remember. It's quite a long time ago. Okay, yeah. So we were looking for a place she wanted to stop to use the bathroom. We tried, so in that area, a lot of the gas stations don't have bathrooms, or they're not open, or they're locked because of whatever reasons. Sometimes they just shut them and say, because they don't want problems. Some of them are broken. And she couldn't wait any longer, so she asked me to just pull up in an alley so she could pee. And I really didn't want to, because it wasn't a really bad area though where it was, but I just wasn't comfortable with that. So she insisted because she said she couldn't wait. So I pulled up in the alley and she got out and peed, but I kind of like stood by and guarded, like.
Jamie, when you go to a gas station with a closed bathroom, here in Denmark, when they have that, you say, hey, can I borrow your bathroom? Some McDonald's have us as well because they are in areas where people might not treat them as nice.
Hmm.
So you have to buy, and then you'll get a code that you can punch in. I'm just. Don't you have that in America where you can open a bathroom, especially if a 79-year-old lady is coming in saying, "Hey, Junior, I'm out here trying to hook up with this young fella, and I need to wee. I don't want it ending up like a trip to Splash Mountain."
Yeah, most places will let you go in. You could just find like a McDonald's or something. I mean, I know some gas stations have like the little key you got to ask for and you go out back, but I've only seen a few of those in my days. But most of the time, they're just in the gas stations. You can just go right in. That's what they're there for because people are stopping.
Yeah. She didn't have a walker at this time. She was still walking at that time. What elderly woman is going to pee in an alley? Well,
No,
someone was
yeah.
out trailing for some young man.
Yeah, she's. Didn't want anybody to know she was with him. She just wanted to hang out, drive around, drink.
Yeah.
Like little teenagers.
This is
He's such an idiot. God, he's such an idiot.
I'm 99% not guilty now, Jamie. This is very, very believable.
Very convincing.
I'm just wondering, this lady, how, and she was probably in a dress, but still, it can't have been easy for her to get down and get up again. You know, like they say in the old poem, get down, get down, get down, and move it all around.
Oh my God. I don't think it's possible, but I really wish he would be able to call Betty back so he could question her about their relationship.
Yeah, he probably kept the sock too. No, that's in Jay Brill's freezer. He's using it for evidence.
I don't know.
my God.
I didn't really get out of the car. I kind of semi did and just made sure that nobody was going, near her or anything. I just had to make sure that she was okay. So she went pretty quickly and got back in the car. I had no idea that I think she said she used her sock. I did not know that. If she did that, I mean, I would have found somewhere for her to go to the bathroom so she could have used it properly, but she couldn't wait. And I understand. I know sometimes women are like that. They can't wait.
No, they are not.
So
we aren't just on the verge of peeing our pants all the time.
And
Jamie, I have raised two women. I have had a mom, had two grandmas. If I know anything, it is there's a magical barrier that happens right outside your front door that is connected to your bladder, because you can't go outside your front door without starting to. Oh, no, I don't need to. And then you drive 2 minutes down the road and can we make a stop? I really need to pee. Really, really need to pee.
It's only happened in the party days. But other than that, I am a lady. I can hold it until we find a proper bathroom.
My grandma wouldn't leave the house and go shopping without she had to find some doll's toilet to use. It was like magic. Every single time she was like, "Oh, I just have to go use the bathroom." And no matter if it was 2 minutes or half an hour after we left home, every single time.
Well, I can only speak for myself. I am the woman that will use the bathroom before we go on a road trip because I know too well. But
yeah, and you just went to a gas station and the toilet was closed. 79-year-old lady would have said, "Sorry, can I borrow the key to the bathroom?" And no matter who was behind the counter would have said, "Sure."
I mean, where is he going where there's not a decent bathroom in the gas station? I mean, most of the ones around here are nice now. I mean, I don't know.
Well, when I hang out with my 79-year-old girlfriend, we always go to the ghetto.
I mean, if that's where they were, that's fine. But
You needed to make her pee before you left, Baker. No, this grandma, she died when I was 12 years old, so I couldn't really tell her to go potty. So that wouldn't be the same. I used to be deployed with a guy like that. Josie's on a vacation far away. You know I like my girls a little bit older.
Anyway,
That's probably the song they were
pulled off.
jamming
That
up
was
to.
no big deal at the time. You know, it was a little odd, but you know, she's human. She had to go, so anyway, we pulled away from there. I believe we went to. I think we stopped at another restaurant.
Your Honor, we've been talking about going around in circles for now 45 minutes. I object to relevance.
Well, we went in
I'm going to
together.
take the objection under advisement, so I'm going to allow you to continue your testimony, Mr. Olson, but remember to keep it relevant. Okay, continue.
Well, so I may continue with where we went. Is that fine? Okay. All right. So I believe we went to Chili's after this, and that's also right near, or maybe it was Applebee's. That's right. No, it was Applebee's. It's off of
Applebee's, you cheapskate. Come on.
I think it's off of College, in like 13th or something.
I know everyone in America likes to go to Buc-ee's to pee. I tried it. It wasn't a revelation that I thought it would be. I also pooped there, but that's a different story. Can I ask a question, Jamie? Because in Denmark, I believe it's mandatory that restaurants must provide a bathroom. So she went...
Like, to you?
Yeah, there must be access to a bathroom in a restaurant.
Well, yeah.
So she went squatty potty in the back alley, and then they drove to Chili's or Applebee's.
Yeah, why didn't you just
at 2 in
wait?
the morning.
Oh, they even open at 2 in the morning?
I don't know, Jamie. This is Wisconsin. I don't know what goes on over there.
The Chili's and Applebee's are restaurants that close at like at least 11 or 12 on the weekends.
Can he tell that, again, his story doesn't make any sense? He's driving around in the middle of the night, peeing in alleyways and going to Chili's. Yeah, it's mandatory in Norway as well.
That's the problem I have is the closing of the bar. But, you know, yeah, he's driving around with a 79-year-old woman peeing in an alleyway.
Buc-ee's is a gas station with a
Oh my
convenience
goodness.
store connected to it, and a restaurant. I got they're really famous for their brisket burgers.
I've heard of them. I've never been to a Buc-ee's. They don't have Buc-ee's around here.
I got one last year, and it was dry. I was very, very disappointed.
Buc-ee's is like a gas station on crack, is what people say.
They had the ugliest Hulk Hogan shirt. If it wasn't $70, I would have bought it. And I think it was 100% plastic. You can get a SMEX offender on your record for peeing outside in the wrong place in Massachusetts. Oh my.
Well, yeah, that's usually what I think that's everywhere. I know it's here. But if you pee in public and somebody sees you, you could be on the list.
That's just a Friday night for Jamie. Yeah. Back alley peeing and Applebee's. That's what she does most Fridays.
I mean, sounds like a good time. Who's hating? I prefer Chili's. I do like Applebee's, don't get me wrong, but I prefer Chili's over Applebee's. That's why I said Applebee's. When there's a Chili's right there, Chili's is good.
Jamie, can you read this from Minosaur and say, what the hell?
What is hey mesca?
Meneska.
Hey
Always,
mesca.
they always say, hey, people. Meneska is people.
Menesca?
Yeah.
Okay, quit getting distracted. I have
Somewhere
been
over
catching
there.
up, busy with my uncle having a fake
Is there a theater over there or a hotel or something? Anyway, we were in there very briefly, but they were closing. And
in the middle of the night.
I don't know. I think I had one drink. I don't think she had anything. She was wanting to get something to eat. She didn't eat at Casa de Giorgio. I had like an appetizer.
Okay, I'm off to bed. I have no more brain cells to give, and I need to pee. Love you all. Stay away from the alleyway, Spire, and get some sleep. See you tomorrow.
I think. So I was hungry as well, but they were
Good night,
closing, so
Spire.
we went in briefly and then we left. From there, I don't remember where we went. I'm trying to remember what happened after that.
When did you steal the e-bike?
So I think we drove up Racine again towards 76th Street or Highway 100, one of those roads. And we turned and I got gas at I don't remember what kind of a gas station it was. But that was all on camera there. I think I got out and pumped, and there's a lot of people and police cars everywhere, people everywhere.
Mr. Olson, some of those details are not relevant. Okay, so stick to what's relevant. Continue your testimony, please.
So I got gas if we filled it up, and
well,
I'm
yeah,
gonna use her card. She let me use the card, or I used the cash sometimes that she gave me when I went into numerous of these places. But when I filled up her tank for her, I used her card at this gas station.
No one knows your story.
I believe after this, she asked if
Objection. This is hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Oh my
God.
The whole night would be hearsay then.
Then tell your story, you idiot.
And avoid commentaries, Mr. Olson.
At 90, some of the places where Betty was this exhibit part of
90?
this? Yes.
Map of Milwaukee, map of Milwaukee area and chronological travel points.
For Betty Handles.
Exhibit 90.
Okay.
I really wish you would, Sean. Just look over at the jury. You hear these guys over here? They're railroading me. Oh my God. He is
From
so
that gas
stupid.
station, we drove.
Your Honor, I'm going to object under 90403 and ask to move on. Even if this is relevant evidence, it's been a confusion to the jury or a waste of time.
What?
Overruled. Continue.
So from here, we went to a hotel on Racine and Highway 100. I don't remember the name of it. There's like a bar restaurant right across the street. So she asked if I minded if.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
She gave me her card to go in to rent a hotel room.
Why? She has a house. She wanted to show you her house. And now she want to go bang you in a cheesy motel. I bet you she has a special assistance bed at her home that's higher, so it's easier to get in and out of. If she's going to do the dirty with you, she doesn't want one of those really weird motel beds that you don't sleep well in. Come on, fella.
And when we got there, she changed her mind. There was more going on.
Typical women, just changes his mind all the time. Can you rent a room?
I mean,
no, I don't want a room.
So
That's me.
Yeah.
I can relate.
We decided not to go there. And we left. I pulled off.
Mm-hmm.
The question would be, what?
I'm not trying to confuse
going on?
anybody. It's just hard to remember
No
everything.
commentaries.
All right. Okay.
I love that he laugh all the time.
I know. It's not cute, guy.
No commentaries.
No, I'm trying to remember exactly what happened after that.
Commentary.
Yep. No commentaries.
To this, I believe.
Somewhere between 3 in the afternoon and
this, I believe we drove
11 in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember this. I believe we drove to the east side. I don't remember what time it was.
I don't believe him one bit that the 70-year-old woman wanted to go party all night with this guy.
I think we were on North Avenue. I remember turning around.
Objection relevant.
Overruled. Continue.
So we were on North Avenue in front of Jalisco's, I believe it is. And I turned around in a parking lot right there. I think it's a hospital parking lot. And we proceeded to go west on North Avenue. And I think we parked. We were going to go in somewhere on the east side. I don't recall exactly where. I think I turned right on Oakland Avenue. And then we parked, and I think we went to a bar or tavern over there. It's around the corner. I don't know the name. It's down another street, maybe right near there. We went in there briefly and had a drink.
Why couldn't you pee there?
And then we left, I believe, I don't know, maybe it was around midnight at this time. I'm not positive. I don't remember what time we left Casa Georgia, but I don't think it was 3 o'clock as others stated, but it could have been, but it didn't seem like that because I don't think we drove around that long. But from there we went to, I can't remember the name of the area.
Mr. Olson, you need to stop making commentaries. If you have statements you're going to make as part of your testimony, make those statements, but do not make comments.
Okay.
We do not
I'll
need
try.
to hear your thought process.
So we drove from there to another area south of the east side.
Your Honor, objection relevant. Driving around isn't part of any of the crimes.
Sustained. Okay, continue.
There were no crimes committed. I don't know what crimes were committed there.
Objection, commentary.
Mr. Olson, you were instructed by the court to not make any commentaries, and that would have been argumentative with state simply based on their objection. You did not allow the court to rule on that objection in a timely fashion and also in an orderly fashion. Continue, but that's notice to you that you need to testify consistent with the rules the court has set.
Am I allowed, Your Honor, am I allowed to speak about where we went from there?
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
You
What do
can
you-
testify to what's relevant
It's all,
and follow the court's rules.
okay. I mean, to me, I'm
There's no commentary and the court has made its decision.
So we went to another establishment on it's, I can't remember the name of the area. It's south of downtown, not too far from there. It's a nice area. We went into another bar. It was a very busy area. And we went in somewhere over there briefly. I paid with cash. I don't know how long we stayed. We didn't stay very long. I think it was getting to the point of almost like most of the bars were closing. And
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
okay.
All right, it's 5:28, so I'm going to stop it here. Members of the jury, experience you make your view of the evidence, and who have not heard this case and do not research or involved in the report to do appear by 8. Okay. Statement of okay. Juror 20. Does anyone else need that? Sufficient, or does that have to be printed off? Juror 20. Remaining juror, and what is it that you'd like me to know?
Yeah, it's my 41st birthday tomorrow. I've already canceled plans on Saturday.
He's having a birthday tomorrow.
Possible that have a trial on Sunday, but for sure tomorrow. So tomorrow is confirmed time. Can you? I apologize. Just one thing I want to know on the record is that juror number 1 did have her eyes closed throughout the testimony. I don't know what that means. Certainly she's still paying attention, I could tell, but she did have her eyes closed. That's noted. Okay, we're beyond the time that I'm allowed to go beyond. So, Mr. Olson, tomorrow morning, we're going to continue with your testimony.
We're going to see that as well.
And given how you did today, I'm telling you that I've already given you one warning. And tomorrow, if you fail to follow the court's rules relative to your testimony, I'm just simply going to end it. All right? You've incurred one infraction today already. Tomorrow, you do it again. You're just done with your testimony. We'll see how you do tomorrow. Even if you don't incur another infraction or violation, I think given the length of your testimony, it might be appropriate for the court to provide a little more guidance or direction during your testimony so that you're not all over the place and that you're not interjecting
They also have a really stupid pro se.
As I explained, we don't need to know your thought process, okay? And the commentaries that you've made are not relevant and they're not appropriate. Okay, that's the court's that's the court's order relative to what you can and cannot do.
Okay.
If you didn't understand it before, and then I'm putting you on notice that a single infraction tomorrow will result in your forfeiture to continue to testify. We're way over the time I'm allowed, so thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow, 8:30 G55.
Your Honor, really quick, may I say something?
No, you cannot. We're done. We're off the record. It's 5:37.
Jamie, I think he's innocent.
Yeah.
He did.
Person.
I mean,
he did a really good job
It's been sitting.
in this.
the more he talks, the more innocent he looks to me.
I will say they come back in a different courtroom. And I don't know what's wrong in Wisconsin. This case is from March. It's 3 weeks old.
Mm-hmm.
This is the decor in the courtroom.
Oh. Did they forget to take down the Christmas decorations?
Apparently no one been there since December.
Probably.
And Shaky needs to gets to work on a Saturday. That's not nice.
No. He needs his rest.
Yeah. He's going to be
And look
shaking
at the
next
big
week.
box TVs. Are those like boxy TVs up there? Goodness gracious, guys.
Yeah, it looks like the old school TVs.
They probably can't get them out because they're so heavy. So they just left them there.
Just, fuck it. One will demolish the building. It'll go down with them.
Yeah.
Something's supposed to happen. We do
They had hot mics and then they forget to turn on the mics.
Realize this is the 4 of you.
Got a new polo.
9-6 appearances, please.
Timothy Olson, pro se, appears in person in custody in street clothing. I would note he has a different shirt from the one he'd been wearing earlier in the week. Also appearing at counsel table is standby counsel John Vasilevsky.
Okay, good morning to everyone. Bill, you can hear me? Okay. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for being here today.
See you, Cheryl.
It's
Have a great day.
I understand all the jurors are here. And what I'm going to do is bring in the jurors and take attendance, and then we'll proceed. I'm reminding you, Mr. Olson, that you've already incurred one violation against the court's rules. As to your testimony, if you incur another one today, I will forfeit your right to testify, and then we'll proceed to the jury instruction conference and verdict forms.
Your Honor, may I?
Oh, no, I'm not done. Just misplaced my note. But because
That's
we're in the
Lincoln.
courtroom today, things are sort of disorganized.
Well, I don't put up a Christmas
I'm going
garland.
to try to be helpful today in reminding you that the rules relative to your testimony, which is allowed in the narrative form, is first and foremost to keep it relevant. And that secondly, if there's an objection, whether by you or by opposing party, that you are to wait for my ruling before you speak. There may be occasions when it's not necessary for me to entertain short, succinct arguments of the parties, and I'll just immediately rule. Other times I may inquire, but you are to wait for the court's direction on that. Additionally, there is no arguing and there is no commentary allowed, even when you're testifying in a narrative form. For example, as I stated yesterday, the jury does not need to hear your thought process about what you're going to say and why you're saying it. If you have something to say relative to your testimony, just make that statement. Those are the rules. Is that clear, Mr. Olson?
Yes, and then can I say something, please?
Okay.
So the defense is not rested yet, and I'm considering calling a couple of witnesses, if that's okay. I would definitely like to recall Detective Zalewski, and I would also like to be able to call DA Sadowski to the stand, since she had off-the-record communications with my private investigator, a past relationship with DA Sadowski, and communications off the record with other court personnel, deputies by DA Sadowski, about my case.
Okay, so
And also, sorry, one more thing, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I do have another motion for dismissal and mistrial with numerous issues that I didn't raise yesterday. Some are based on some of the issues yesterday, but I'm also asking that this motion not only be submitted into the record and heard before trial is over, that they also be forwarded to Chief Judge Carl Ashley, DA Kent Laverne, Sheriff Danita Ball, the FBI.
okay, I'm going to stop you there because we don't have a whole lot of time today.
FBI.
I've only been authorized to have this room until noon. So I'm not going to pretend like you are the judge and you can take direction of how this case proceeds. I'm going to say that once and I'm going to make it very clear. Okay. So yesterday, there's a process and procedure to everything. Yesterday, okay, after state's case in chief, pursuant to procedure, I entertain motions. The court made a decision. We move on. You'll have another opportunity to motion the court, but we're not there yet. Okay. So do not go on the record with those motions because now is not the time. All right, let's bring in the jury. I understand that given what you just indicated to me, Mr. Olson, you do have one witness in addition to yourself, and that being the detective. So after your testimony, I'll allow you to call that witness. And we'll proceed relative to your request to also call the prosecuting attorney in this case. What case law or legal authority do you have to say that you can do that in this very trial?
So I would
Until you can provide that legal authority that allows you to do that, the answer is no, you're not allowed to call the prosecuting attorney in this very trial. That is all. That is all. I've addressed the witness lineup relative to timing, and now we're going to go on the record. Let's bring in the jury. Put your hand down, Mr. Olson. We're done. That up first. I'll take attendance while I'm serving out the jury just yet. Because he was in the middle of his testimony yesterday, and that's where we will begin.
I love that he's constantly sitting there like a school kid. You're not getting the word.
Your Honor, are we on the record?
Yeah, he wants to
We are
bring
on
the
record,
prosecutor
I'm not
up.
allowing you to put anything on the record at this time. I forgot. We really should stage Mr. Olson first. Yeah, I'm going to. Let me remind you the rules of decorum. Okay. You're to follow instructions from the bailiffs. You're to only answer questions asked by the court. You need to be respectful. Okay. No outbursts when not recognized by the court. I'm not addressing you, so do not make any statements.
Maybe his kids went to school to work with him or something. I'm sorry.
We're ready for the jury. Okay.
That's a
I don't know
tiny.
if Deputy Bruce told you, but with exhibits, if it's being used, you'll take the exhibit or whoever, whether it's you or Deputy Bruce, show the opposing party, and then no, I don't think it's necessary. But the deputies will assist with moving the exhibits between the opposing party, the examining party. And that kind
You're on the wrong channel. That's my OnlyFans channel where we do that.
Oh my Lord.
yeah, that's correct.
This is a Saturday morning. Imagine you have to come in to listen to this absolute idiot.
Yeah, I'd be so mad.
Again, new courtroom, seating charts. Please, if you're located, it may take a little. Was and can commence. Okay, continue.
And it's not me, it's the mic that's not working.
Okay, Mr. Olson, make sure you speak into the microphone.
Oh, yes. All right. So I don't remember what time it was, but apparently it was around midnight that she created this account and phone number for us to communicate with. And then somewhere after that, I thought it was probably maybe after 2 a.m. I'm not positive, though. It could have been right around this time that it states here that the UTC time of 6:49, which would translate into somewhere after midnight. But I think it was quite later than that. Betty did text me through this Google Voice number and asked me where I was at and if I was coming back. She also stated that wanted to make sure that she said, you didn't tell Rex that we knew each other, did you? There was another text indicating that her credit card had a $25,000 limit, which I would not have known without her telling me.
Yeah, it was set in court.
When I got back to the car, when she texted, I wasn't even aware that she texted. She showed me the text on her phone saying that she had texted me and wondering if I had got them through the Google Voice. So this is why I know the texts were in her phone. Also, she had informed me that the next day she had to meet her brother for Thanksgiving at Mater's.
Sustained. Next question. I'm sorry. Continue your testimony, please.
Okay. So we were going to meet back up after her meeting with her brother at Mater's. I forget what time that would have been. She was going to go early as possible and then come back to meet me. And we were going to go out of town. We didn't necessarily know where, but just somewhere like northern Wisconsin, maybe.
A 79-year-old lady is going to have dinner with her brother, and then she's going to run off to northern Wisconsin with you.
Yeah.
Jamie, what's the weather like around that time of year?
And when?
This was at Thanksgiving.
It could be snowing or just cold in general. And it could be a multiple of things, but it's cold.
Jemima, you don't start with your lawyerisms. This guy is innocent. This old woman clearly set him up. Any time I plan trips with my 79-year-old girlfriend, we also just ride around at around midnight and say, oh, fuck, I have to go eat turkey with my brother tomorrow, but I'll eat fast and then you can get some takeaway, if you know what I mean.
Ew.
As I said last night, yesterday, we went to several locations. Sometimes we paid with her card. Sometimes I paid with cash. I did leave
a couple of times from the car, venturing out. She just stayed there in the car. I don't know if she drove around at all, but especially when she texted me. Throughout the night, she also made me aware that she didn't want me to leave.
Why was she texting you? You're sitting next to her.
She did inform me that she would have power of it.
The same.
Okay. I knew that she had power of attorney over her brothers, of financial affairs, medical care. From that night and other.
Sustain.
Well, Your Honor, I object. It shows that I had.
The court has made a ruling. Continue.
So sometime early morning, we had an argument. It wasn't like no violent argument or anything like that. Just disagreed on things, and this did happen throughout the night. And at some point was when I decided to just get out of the car, and she was going to go visit her. She was close to going to go visit her brother anyway around this time. She was going to drop me off somewhere else, but because of the argument, I just got out of the car and she drove off down whatever road that was. It was on the map. So before that, let me think. So before that, we had planned, like I said, on her. She was just driving up. It wasn't far from where I got out at, but it was just to the point to where I just wanted to get out of the car. And we were supposed to meet up soon after that. She was going to Maynard's to meet her brother.
Sustain.
And then she was going to come back to get me.
Okay, sustain. That part of the testimony is stricken from the record.
So they got into a disagreement.
I object to that.
You can't. So they got into a disagreement, and he went out of the car, but she was going to go to her brother and then pick him up at Mader's.
Mhm.
Or was she meeting with her brother at Mader? What is Mader?
I have no idea. I don't know what's going on.
You're from Wisconsin. You should know.
I think he's making up a lot of things, so who knows?
I have no.
Maters?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what the Maters is.
Holly Mac, you should. This is in the morning. He had all night to say, nah, yesterday didn't go. I was 90% there, but the last 10%, I just need to just tweak it a little bit. And he said, nah, I'll get to bed early. How many of, Jamie, I'm 27 years old, and I still have that thing where at around 11, I get a little, I want to go to bed now. This old biddy, she was out there hammering shots all night, being in driveways, and she was like, nah, fuck it, I'll do an all-nighter, and I'll go to my brother. I don't have that energy.
She's running circles around me.
Yeah, that's she could go party with Farrell and Iris.
Jesus, yeah, her and Iris could hang out. Be up all night long.
We're going to take a break, and then we'll have you back when we're ready. Okay, I remind everyone this case is not concluded. You're not to talk about this case, and you are not to conduct your own research. Leaves twice already this morning, and you've only been on the record for the last less than 10 minutes. In addition to that, you did not follow my rules relative to your testimony, okay? And so you were argumentative. You want to have the last word, as you often try to do. Therefore, you violated the court's rules of decorum and the court's rules relative to your testimony. You have forfeited your right to testify. You may now be returned to your chair, and you're going to be allowed to call your next witness. Okay. Let's get off the record while the deputies do that.
So no more testimony.
Mr. Olson, another violation of the court's rules of decorum. Okay. We're going to go off the record and you're going to be returned to your seat, at which time we'll come back on the record.
Your testimony was useless.
Who is Sean? Well, what is Sean is the right question. Yeah, don't blame the party queen. Just because she's 79 years old and has arthritis doesn't mean she can't pop her hips still.
Didn't the record. I'd like to object to not being to testify about the other allegations. I was just objecting to your ruling. I wasn't going to argue it, just show my objection on the record. I was not trying to break any rules of decorum or anything, I just wanted to make my objection known. But I mean, I clearly am objecting to my right to testify on my own behalf. The jury does not even know my side of the story for these other allegations. And I would definitely declare this a mistrial and for the clear prejudicial and biased narrative you're displaying towards me constantly through the media in front of everyone. This is clearly prejudicial and judicial misconduct beyond. It's bizarre. It's not even grossly shocking and shocks the conscience. It's beyond that. It's bizarre. It's you're clearly siding with the DA and you're allowing her to say whatever she wants, and I don't get to say anything. So, I mean, I guess we'll just continue with this legal lynching.
We will continue.
Legal lynching.
So I'm not going to respond to that. The record is quite clear as to what transpired. We're going to bring in the jury. After they're seated, then you will call your next witness.
A motion then?
That's why you hire a lawyer. He's emotionally damaged now.
Yeah, he's going to appeal on emotional damage grounds.
Yeah.
Well, he's not going to lose, so.
I'll allow it. You may answer the question if you know it.
No.
Through your investigations, was there
You can wear a bow tie with a flannel shirt, you weirdo.
Physically forcibly restraining anyone.
Asked and answered.
But anyone in throughout this investigation.
I'm going to sustain that objection, but with the caution that.
Hey, Tom.
Actually, it's just going to be better
Hi, Tom.
if I remove the jury and then we'll bring you back. Okay, members of the jury, this case is not concluded. The state is correct that was a leading question, but to the extent that the court can appreciate that you are pro se and you're not a trained lawyer, nonetheless, you're still expected to know the rules. Yeah, I think that's helpful. It's just us moving along. As you may recall, and I said it before, that it's not an exhaustive list of things that you can and cannot do during examination. And you are on direct of this witness because you are calling him. That on direct, you cannot ask leading questions. And I want to make sure that you understand that. It's been said so many times, but for purposes of ensuring that you have a fair opportunity, I'm reminding you yet again of the rules. And again, you are expected to know the rules. Is there anything about what I just said and how I explain things that do not make sense to you relative to your direct examination of this witness?
So, in my defense, Attorney Maslowski just informed me of the difference between questioning him as cross-examining or as a direct witness. So I will do my best to make sure that I form the questions in the manner that they're supposed to be formed. And if they are not formed in that way and I accidentally form them another way, the DA is more than welcome to object, but I will try and keep them that way. I would not do that purposely.
Well, and which is why we are having this discussion on the record outside the presence of the jury, okay? Rather than admonish you during the course of your examination, I wanted to redirect your focus to what's permissible and what's not permissible. Also, besides the fact that on direct you cannot ask leading questions, had this witness been called adversely, noted as so on the record, things could be a little bit different as well. I recognize that there are some things here that could within the court's discretion that the court can allow. And that's why I want to have both parties aware of where I'm coming from relative to all of this. Okay, but going forward, do you understand the boundaries of by which you're supposed to operate, Mr. Olson?
Yes, but
Okay, that's all. I just need a yes or no.
I mean, I don't have a lot of experience with.
Okay, we don't need a rehash history here. Okay, let's bring in the jury. We're ready. We are still on the record.
That is why
No one is
you
allowed to say
don't
anything.
represent yourself.
I think he's doing
So
great, Jimmy.
Well, don't whine like, well, I don't really know. Well, yeah. That's
No,
why
he
you
chose
get
to
a
go
lawyer.
pro se.
So that's on you, dude. You know what you're doing.
To show the Judicial Code of Conduct 60.0. So according to Judicial Code of Conduct 60.04, you are to allow me to speak since I have legal interests, especially since I'm self-representing, and you're also not to show prejudice or bias in front of the media or any court personnel in the courtroom.
Mr. Olson, if that relates to your request that the court declare a mistrial, I've already explained there's going to be a point in time for you to do that. Okay, now is not the time. Mr. Olson, please continue your.
So Detective Zalewski, during your course of this investigation, did you or did you not find any video evidence or any other proof of Mr. Olson ever having a gun?
No.
Hey, Alfie.
Detective Zalewski, through your investigations of this case, did you or did you ever not find any evidence, proof, video of Mr. Olson physically restraining anyone, including Betty Hannell?
Proof of you restraining anybody? No.
Go watch the video.
Through your investigations, did anyone ever witness Mr. Olson actually taking anything from anyone? Did you or did you not?
Objection, confusing.
Okay. Sustain, re-ask that question.
I've never heard an objection confusion before.
Objection, confused. That is a stupid question.
Do you have any more questions, Mr. Olson?
Yes, Detective Zalewski, through your investigation, did you or did you not find any proof of Mr. Olson forcing Betty Hannell to do anything?
No.
Detective Zalewski, through your investigation, did you find any proof of, did you or did you not find any proof of Mr. Olson forcing Betty Hannell to drink anything?
Yes, through Betty Hannell's statement.
Did you find any video evidence?
You don't need video evidence.
Video evidence of Mr. Olson forcing Betty Hannell to drink anything?
No.
Did you or did you not find any of?
He recalled him to ask the same question she already asked him.
Yeah.
Did you or did you not find any controlled substances in any of these bottles that you tested?
No.
We want Betty.
Investigation, Detective Zalewski, did you or did you not find any
video evidence that would prove that Ms. Handel and Mr. Olson were not actually together.
Objection, compound question. Sustained.
Just because you walk up to an old lady in a restaurant and start chatting
How
with
many
her.
investigations have you done into kidnappings?
I don't know the number off my top of my head. I have investigated kidnappings before. It's not a common investigation.
I'm sorry, did you say you have investigated?
Yes, I have.
No number off the top of your head?
I don't know the number off the top of my head. It's not a lot.
Less than 5?
It might be around 5.
Okay, out of those investigations, how many times did you not use an interrogation of a defendant?
Objection, relevance. Sustained.
You're not allowed to interrogate.
Of those 5 or less alleged kidnappings that you've investigated, how many did you not completely investigate video evidence of?
Objection, relevance. Sustained.
May I object? And I just wanted to object and maybe rephrase the question so that it can be asked properly. Or
Yes, you may.
You wanted to object to yourself?
Everyone, this case is not mooted. Do not talk. Please for a break. Mr. Olson,
yes.
In between questions, not every question, but in between most of your questioning, you're taking up time and you're waiting about a minute, sometimes a little less than a minute, but the last one, you waited a minute before you move on. So we're going to go off the record. I'm going to give you a little time, not a whole lot of time, to collect your thoughts and do what you will in the organization of your questioning of this witness. But what I'm not going to allow you to do is to use time in this manner.
Okay, may I?
It's permissible for you to think on your feet, but you taking about a minute in between most questions that you ask, it's just not going to be conducive.
Thunder, did you notice that big old sign that says April 1st? Have you looked in the calendar today? Did you catch the many, many, many times I mentioned April 1st? Jamie, what is April 1st normally also named?
April Fool's Day, which I hate this day because everybody wants to do something and then say, I know fools.
So if I made a video today stating that I don't support Aiden anymore and Meredith is absolutely exonerated because he just loves him too much on April Fool's Day with a big sign that says April's Fool behind me, and me saying that I would turn April 1st into International Women's Who Loves Too Much Day, even though I do it with my stone face, would you take it as, oh, Baker, you rascal, or think, oh, Baker, he believes it?
Well, I get tricked a lot, but I don't believe a lot of things that come out of your mouth, so.
Yeah. That's...
So it's like any other day for me, but today is April 1st, guys. So if you see something that doesn't seem right, probably not.
Does anyone mumble or understand that it's just your TV volume? Everyone mumbles. I'm just
Oh, it's okay, Thunder. I've gotten many times.
Oh, Jamie has gotten many a time. Don't forget the part about going with crusty panties. Yes. I lied to God when I said that I would love my ex-wife for the rest of my life, so I'll lie to anyone.
Okay, to me moving this case along.
Okay, Your Honor, I have a quick question. So I clearly think that the manner in which this was investigated is relevant because it shows that the detective knew that there was not really a crime happening, because a serious allegation such as kidnapping, they would want to investigate any possible video, especially to see if someone was physically harmed.
Mr. Olson, how this detective investigates other cases has no relevance to this case. Maybe he did a great job on the other cases, maybe he didn't. But what does that matter in this case? It's about what he does or what he did in this case that makes it relevant. Does that make sense?
Sure, but
Beyond explaining it that way, I don't want to cross any lines and to make it appear that the court is advising you of how
no.
to formulate your questions. But in the interest of time and by way of example, I've explained it that way. And that's the best I can do. I'm going to go off the record so that you can have that time. Plan for 5 minutes. You should have had this done already. Okay, we're off the record. Now it's 9:42.
Again, this is on a Saturday. I would hate this guy so much.
Oh yeah, the jury has to be so mad because I think somebody had something to do and we're like, oh,
One of them
wasting
had
our
a
Saturday.
birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah, one person unsubscribed because they were a little high when they watched the video, and then they came back and said, "Oh, fuck, there's a big sign saying April's Fool in the background."
I knew it was April Fool's Day today, and I was still forgot. So,
Detective Zalewski, through your investigations, did you or did you not find any video evidence of Mr. Olson actually committing a crime?
Objection. Relevance.
Yes.
Well, I don't know that that would be the right basis for the objection. Response?
I object.
Okay, well, you're asking for a legal conclusion, which the witness is in a position to make. So the objection is sustained on that reason. Next question, please.
Oh my God. Zalewski, did you, during your investigation, Detective Zalewski, did you or did you not find any video evidence of Mr. Olson actually committing
You were just given 5 minutes.
Did you ever find any video evidence of, or did you not find any video evidence of the burglaries that were alleged?
Can you repeat the question?
Through your investigations, did you or did you not find any video evidence of Mr. Olson being involved in a burglary of the RV that is alleged to have happened?
No, I did not find any video evidence.
During your investigation of the burglary of the alleged burglary of the garage, did you find any video evidence of Mr. Olson being involved?
No.
Ask your next question.
Oh my God. That's all I have for the detective, Your Honor.
Press?
Detective, do you have to be physically touched to be restrained?
No.
No. Could you go over a couple other ways that someone might be restrained without being physically touched?
It could be the passenger in a vehicle unable to leave.
Would it be perhaps if someone alleged to have a firearm, would that restrain another person?
Yes.
Well, there wasn't video evidence of the burglaries. Were there other types of evidence that you were able to locate in this investigation?
Yes.
Could you tell us about some of the evidence regarding the garage burglary?
As your testimony, the garage burglary, there was a red bike in the garage. That's the same red bike that Mr. Olson had in his custody when he was observed by Officer Frusti at 35th and Racine, where he then fled and dropped the bike, where it was later recovered.
And then regarding evidence,
Objection to question or
to his response that
you don't get to argue with the witness. You can object to the question. Let's move on.
and then regarding evidence of the RV burglary, was there any evidence located regarding that a recreational vehicle was burglarized?
Yes.
Yes. And was that evidence the items that were found on Mr. Olson when he was arrested?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Redirect, or in other words, follow up to that.
Nothing further for the detective, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Detective. You may step down. Defense, please call your next witness.
I would like to call DA Sarah Sadowski as the witness, Your Honor.
Not allowed. Anyone else? Does defense rest?
Just a second, Your Honor.
Oh, Betty.
I didn't want to rest until that was placed on the record, Your Honor.
For the time being, defense rest, subject to rebuttal, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Does state have any rebuttal witnesses? No. Okay. So members of the jury, I'm going to release you for a extended break, planned for about 30 minutes. There's some things I need to take care of, and then we'll bring you back when we're ready. Remind everyone this case is not concluded. Do not talk about the case and do not conduct your own research. Do not post about it.
Yeah, we're going to
Thank you.
closing arguments in a bit. But we're going to have his motion first.
The process where both parties have rested. Mr. Olson, motions, if any.
Yes, I have it's a motion to dismiss based on many issues and for a mistrial.
But Jemima, what you didn't get is he has had a relationship with his PI and have told him a lot of stuff. And a bailiff has also, and police officers, they all talk to his PI at a party, and apparently she have sexual relationship with him as well. I don't think there's any immunity for that. She should be understand. He redacted evidence. He saw evidence, and now this is what lawyers do, Jamie. This is why we don't like lawyers. They are sticking together. This man is fighting against the lawyer system. And here's Jemima is sitting, oh, no, you can't. He was having sex with his PI. Sex with his PI. 3 weeks ago. Let's get the motion to dismiss.
Oh my God.
And requesting an investigation into the phone download, specifically prior to the end of trial.
You there, and
All
I'm gonna try to direct you a little more and give you free range because I allow you to do that yesterday. You wasted a lot of time. You have two motions before me. One is for dismissal, and this dismissal I imagine is related to the close of all evidence. And so what's your basis for the dismissal, your motion for dismissal? And I'll remind you that at this point, it's sufficiency of the evidence. What's your basis for your motion for dismissal at the close of all evidence?
So besides this one,
Okay, let me break this down. The way I understood what you just said is that you have two motions, one for dismissal and one for mistrial, correct?
yes, they're together. They're together in one motion.
I'm telling you to separate them, okay? So there are two motions. There are two asks of the court. One, you're asking me to dismiss the case, and two, or in the alternate, you're asking me to declare a mistrial, correct? Those are the two things you're asking of me.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as to your ask that I dismiss
He didn't
this
know he
case,
was a horn dog.
what is the basis for that? And I remind you that it's sufficiency of the evidence. So let's hear it. What's your basis?
Okay,
Well, he's
so
tied up.
For count four again. I'm entitled to face the injured party, and I've looked this up. And caretaker, she claimed to be caretaker of her brother. That does not constitute ownership of the property. That the injured party claiming damages or injury has to be present. That I have a right to face my accused under the Sixth Amendment of the Constitution, and that person was not available in trial, was not ever able to be questioned. And again, I did ask his sister if she was ever owner of that property during that time. She was not. She had power of attorney, anything like that. She was only taking care of her brother. That does not constitute ownership of a dwelling, and therefore those charges must be dismissed. I'm also there's numerous. I wrote everything in the motion, so I wouldn't take up the court's time in this manner. But there are numerous issues here that are extremely important that I think that the court needs to look at. I believe that there should be a completely separate hearing on the complete Brady violation, as when I did get
Mr. Olson,
time.
I'm going to redirect you. Sufficiency of the evidence. Okay. Stick to that. Given all the evidence that's come in, because both parties have rested, how is the evidence insufficient to sustain these charges so that the jury may deliberate?
So there.
You've explained count
There was-
4. What about count 1?
Count 1, there's no proof of any kidnapping.
Okay, and then count 2.
Okay, also on count 1, there's no proof that me and Betty Hannah were not together and that we did not know each other.
Count 2.
Count 2, there's no proof of intent of using someone's card without their consent. In fact, it's just the opposite. We were together the whole time.
3, obstructing an officer.
There's definitely no proof of obstruction of an officer.
And then you spoke up about count 4 already. What about count 5?
So on count 3, I want to add that I was actually tased while going to the ground, and this would have been shown on the video. I've never been.
No commentaries.
Okay. Go ahead.
5.
And count 5, there's no proof that I did not know the defendant, and unfortunately, I was not able to testify to the fact that I stayed in that RV for quite some time.
All right. Now, give the state a chance to respond, and also if the state has their own motion. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think that there was sufficient evidence to allow all charges to go through. Betty's testimony alone covers counts 1 and 2. The officers counts 3. Counts 4, possession of property under 971.33. What's sufficient? It's that sufficient that if the time the crime was committed, either actual or constructive possession of the general or property of any part of such property was in the person to be alleged the owner of. We had Christine Endell testify to the fact that although not the owner, she was aware that no one was going to take the property, did not have permission to take the property, and that she was watching the property while her brother was incapacitated. And that is also constructive possession of the property. So I think we have that covered as well. And regarding count 5, I think that there was also sufficient testimony that Mr. Olson didn't have the right to take or remove or be in any of the garage. Or I'm sorry, count 4 was the RV, right?
That's correct. The
Yes.
motorhome trailer.
Count 4
I
was
think
the
it's
trailer.
Christmas
So
decorations.
No,
Switch-
count 4 is the building.
Okay.
And then count 5 is the motorhome, the
Count-
RV.
count 5 is the motorhome. He didn't have any right to be inside of the motorhome or take the property out of the motorhome.
All right.
Oh,
Again,
yeah.
as I indicated at this stage, with respect to motion for dismissal, it is sufficiency or insufficiency of the evidence. I haven't heard the arguments of the parties. I'll start first with count 4 because that's where Mr. Olson started. But I agree with the state that given the evidence thus far, at a minimum, it is sufficient relative to the legal definition of ownership or possession. Thus, that count, there is sufficient evidence to move it forward. With respect to the other cases, Mr. Olson may disagree with the evidence. He may disagree with what the witnesses said, but that doesn't mean that evidence doesn't exist sufficient enough to submit the case to the jury. For all those reasons, motion by defense for dismissal is denied. Mr. Olson, now I'm going to direct you to your other motion, which is a motion for mistrial. Please place on the record your basis for mistrial. And I'm going to give you 5 minutes for that. Starting right now, it's 10:06. It is your motion, so I'll let you have the last word, but 5 minutes for you to put on the record your basis for that motion.
Okay. I believe the entire case should be declared mistrial because of the Brady violations. The 3 flash drives that I was given, or my attorney was given, I was given 1 by Attorney Bastian, 2023, and 2 here, and Attorney Wachowski can testify that none of those would function
Mr. Olson, I'm
properly.
going to interrupt you here for
Okay.
a minute, but you, yesterday or the day before, this week is becoming a blur because of this whole entire circus. You already brought up your motion, and I entertained
That's
your
why he
motion.
has
for
the
mistrial.
stroke.
Given everything that's transpired since then, is there new information to add to what you already made me aware of that I relied on in making my decision, which was a denial of your motion for mistrial?
Yes, I found on those drives since then that they won't open up because there's like some settings that were set on there for permissions, which clearly indicate malicious intent by someone, whoever made those files. And I could not open them.
He's
up.
going to win this,
Therefore, I
Jamie.
have now, with the help of Law Library, enclosed them.
They
in
set
an
up
envelope
permissions that he
that
couldn't get
can
in.
be analyzed by DRP, Security Services, who will analyze them to see
how and when they were
She's
set up.
the
to
DA is
to the
banging
fact
his
that I
PI
couldn't view them and that there
and
were
putting
things
in
removed
malicious
and blocked.
interferences.
And so there will be time
course she
stamps to
is.
prove that this was done prior to being given to me and therefore violated my right and is a complete Brady violation.
But I thought that in court, in my presence, Attorney Wasilewski gave you his copy of the disc. So what you had was Attorney Wasilewski's copy, which in court, in my presence, the state opened and was able to open the Cellbrite download on her laptop. And again, it's a laptop, not a desktop.
Okay, so Attorney Wasilewski just gave me his copy on the 4th day of trial, and when I took that back, it would not open there. So this is the problem with permissions. And I'm just recently finding this out from people who are experts in this type of thing, that it can be set so that it will only open up on certain laptops, not everyone's. So only certain users can open it. So when she opened it up on her laptop, not his, it's because there's permissions set for her to open it, not anyone else. She never opened up any one of ours. And the two that I have been given, the two that we were given before trial wouldn't function, and Attorney Wasilewski testified to that. And that is what is important, that I did not have discovery before trial. That is a clear Brady violation and should be automatic grounds for dismissal of all charges.
Your next basis for mistrial.
And I was not allowed to access case law to provide for my motion yesterday. I was only allowed access to my flash drives, not the law library, which has been taken away from me from the tablet that I normally have in the jail.
I believe I heard that already. Continue.
Okay, all right.
Oh, thank you, Streamlabs. I love you too.
So I need to re-add that 8 of the 12 jurors have talked about my case in the library. I mean, I'm sorry, near the elevator and near the stairwells, all through the hallways. And I've continued to be brought through the front of the courthouse instead of back routes, which normally are taken any other time I've gone to court except trial.
Except trial.
DA
You are
Sadowski
at
is
trial.
also communicating on.
Moment. Okay, continue.
So DA Sadowski is also discussing the case on her phone with friends, family, etc. in the middle of trial.
His uncle is really.
How do you
sneaking
know
around.
this?
From what I am
How
also-
do you know?
Jamie, his uncle's soul is in the room, and he's going around listening to whatever people says, looking at DA Sadowski's phone. That's why the uncle disturbed him so much the first day, because he didn't know all this shit was going on, and his uncle was, hey, I heard this out there, and he had a concussion, a severe brain injury, and his uncle just kept telling him all of this. This guy is Jamie, I'm telling you, he's gonna win it.
I mean, come on.
And because of this juror misconduct, they are now aware that I have requested mistrial for juror misconduct. This has been all over the news, and this has definitely prejudiced the jury against me. It's poisoned jury. I can never come back from that.
Okay, time's up.
You didn't let me finish, though.
I told you
There's
how much time
you
had.
interrupted me. There's one here for
Okay,
judicial bribery.
I'm going to remove you from the courtroom for 15 minutes.
There's
Is that what you
judicial
would like?
bribery here.
Okay.
going on.
Judicial
One more
bribery?
and then you can remove.
Judge, I want to hear about it.
Yeah.
I haven't even kept count.
You didn't let me
because
finish my motion.
I cannot tolerate your disruptive behavior anymore.
No.
I've made this sufficiently clear before we started and surely after we started. Okay. Now, I gave you enough time.
Didn't
and
let
now
me
I'm going-
finish.
Okay. Let's remove Mr. Olson, and we're going to
DA
continue.
Sadowski is bribing the judge, and
Okay, Mr. Olson.
this needs to be investigated by the FBI.
What did he just say? Hang on, what?
I cannot, and surely after we started. Okay. Now, I gave you enough time.
Didn't
and
let
now
me
I'm going-
finish.
Okay. Let's remove Mr. Olson, and we're going to
DA
continue.
Sadowski is bribing the judge, and
Okay, Mr. Olson.
this needs to be investigated by the FBI.
Okay.
I'm telling you, as soon as Marissa has gotten off the horn with Trump, this guy's gonna call him. And
I'm telling you.
this judge, I can see her in shackles very soon.
I can't wait until the story comes out. Like, Judge Bribe.
by
And
DA
we're
who
all
had
set
sex
straight.
who had sex with defendant's PI.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Need to cool down. I need 10, 15, 5. You both get 15, but you get the last word. 10, 15, 5.
20. I promise I'll be very succinct. 20, 20, 25.
25.
Or, I mean,
20.
15, 25. Happy
Okay.
with that. Thank you for compromising.
You don't need 20 minutes to win this
Information
case.
that I was hearing.
I believe the printing is finished. So state as to your response to defense's motion for mistrial.
There isn't any real new information that I was hearing from defense, except for the fact that he can't decide whether or not he had access to the law library last night, because either he had access and they showed him it was password protected, or he didn't because he's in the hole and he doesn't have access to anything. So besides his inconsistent statements, I think that there's nothing new, and I'd ask that it be denied.
Okay, there is nothing new, and thus the court has already decided this motion previously, and thus yet again the court is going to deny the motion for mistrial.
Objection,
Now
there
we're
are
going
new items on there, Your Honor.
Do not talk. Do not talk.
Can you
Okay, the
please
court
submit-
has made a ruling. You may not like it, but you must accept it, and we move on. You can appeal it if you don't like it. Okay, no, moving on to.
Can we just place it on the
jury
record, Your Honor?
instruction. Your objection is noted on the record.
I just want to put it on the record in CCAP, the motion.
Oh, the written motion.
Yes.
Yes, I will direct Mr. Clerk to accept that and file it as part of the file. Yes, you both should have in front of you, and I assume you'll have. And now that you have the printed jury instructions in front of you, I'm not going to read off into the record the jury instruction number. Instruction is leave 99. Password. The state has to let when you're going to go off. All right, I'm going to 7 because I neglected to ask each of them.
Count 2 also has the enhancer.
Okay, give me a minute. Yes, that is correct. So-
This is Karen Reed, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and Sarah Boone rolled into one case.
I know Your Honor read it at the preliminary instructions.
That is correct. Okay, give me a minute. 140 and enhancer. Let me make those corrections first. A motorized, okay,
The gender. Those are for corrections that I spotted.
motorized type of home in the opening paragraph of the definition. And then what else? Was that it? Was that the only place?
Well, you said you already corrected the other one about the gender in the kidnapping
Yes.
victim, so that's
Okay.
it.
All right, so then I'm going to circle back to you, Mr. Olson. The reason why I just went ahead and put in the changes for that were recommended by Attorney Watson is because they're easier to do and didn't require a whole lot of discussion. Are you asking the court effectively to put in the legal definition of lawful possession?
No, I'm stating that I'm curious as to why it wasn't dismissed by Your Honor, since clearly someone watching the home is not legal. It's not the lawful owner. But go ahead.
What?
We're beyond that stage. I'm
All right.
asking about your instructions.
So
What's he talking about?
Someone watching the home is not the. Oh yeah, his Sixth Amendment right to face his accuser. It's kind of like the
Yeah.
idiots where is the state in the room.
Anything else relative to the jury instructions and verdict form? Okay. Well, before it may find hand or on the point of happening.
Let's get to the closing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I started my opening statements this way by thanking you for your patience in advance. And I renew that thanks now as we are here on a Saturday. I truly appreciate all of you paying attention and being patient through these processes. What a closing argument is just that, an argument. What I get to do now is summarize the events as they occurred, as the testimony showed, but in a way to draw it all together. Because again, this trial started on Tuesday. We didn't get to too many witnesses on Tuesday, but here we are on Saturday. One caveat, just like I gave it my opening statement. If you remember something differently, you are to go off of your recollection and your notes. You all had notepads again. They're taken away during arguments because what I say is not evidence. Again, if the law that I say is also not the same as what the judge read, the judge is going to give you a binder at the end of this. So you can refer back through anything. There's a lot of tools and tricks in there to figure out how to go through this process. So you get that entire binder to at the close of evidence in order to start your deliberation. So I always like to put the ground rules on first. And then now let's talk about the state of Wisconsin versus Timothy Olson. Ladies and gentlemen, this was Betty Hanel's worst day of her life. You heard her say that on the stand. You heard her talk about what happened. She talked about how it now appears in her nightmares almost every night, and why she's able to remember what happened in pretty good clarity, considering it's been 3.5 years and she is 82 years old. She talked through the details of what went on when she was awake. She stated she was in and out of sleep. She stated that she was driven around the city. But let's talk about how we went through and corroborated what Ms. Hanel said, right? First, you heard from Michael Four. Michael Four testified. He was in custody. He admitted that. And he said he saw Betty waving from her car. He stopped and talked to Betty, where she was talking about how she was kidnapped, how she was held at gunpoint. She went through that process with Michael Four. You then heard from Edwin Roman. Edwin Roman just found a phone in the street. He found a phone in the street. It wasn't broken. He got into it. It was in working order. He tried to find the owner, couldn't find the owner. And then finally, the Greenfield police officers called him, specifically police officer Garrett Olson. Garrett Olson was one of the initial responding officers on the scene. So back on Wednesday, we heard from Garrett Olson. He responded to Grandpa Frank's, 3033 South 108th Street, talked to Michael Four, found the phone from Edward Roman. And everyone at this point was just trying to figure out what went happened. Again, some age bias with these officers. I think that was pretty apparent because they were sitting there talking about how she was just a confused old lady at first. But they still investigated. They then got the Franklin officers involved who appeared on scene. Franklin officers appeared on scene. We heard from Ms. Hanel pretty early on in this trial. Ms. Hanel, one thing, she told you she was 82 years old. I don't think there's any necessarily dispute that she seemed to be an older person. She walked in here with a walker. But sharp, was able to tell you that story, was able to go through those details, had very precise language about what she heard and what she saw. The credibility instruction that judge read is one of the ones that I would like to point out. Who here has something to gain or lose? Who here had precise knowledge, at least to the extent that she was able to recall when she wasn't being potentially forced to drink liquor in a bottle? Who here, 3.5 years later, was able to talk through what happened? Think about that as you're going through all of these events. She was caring for her brother, went to Casa de Giorgio because she had a troubling time with her brother, for one glass of wine, which was her usual, and to read on that notebook that was found in that backseat of that car, right? Corroboration of what she said. It wasn't just any book. She remembered the notebook. She remembered the one glass of wine. The Chardonnay bottle. She said she only drank Chardonnay. Chardonnay bottle found in her car unopened. Where does all this corroboration lead to? So she sits at the bar. She talks to Mr. Adrizi, the owner of Casa de Giorgio. She talks to him briefly, some small talk. She's known him for years. She's been going there since before her husband died. And then this individual, Mr. Olson, who she picked out in court, comes up to her and sits next to her at the bar, offers to buy her a couple of drinks. She says no. It appears to Mr. Adrizi that they're having some sort of conversation. He's working, though, bartending. He talked about another person in the restaurant. Going through this, when they leave the restaurant at the same time, and again, think of the different perspective of those individuals that testify. Is this an inconsistency, or is this Rex Adrizi was bartending and he followed her out so it looked like they left together? Think about that. You, ladies and gentlemen, get to bring your common sense and experience in the door with you. You don't have to leave that out in the hallway somewhere. You didn't have to leave it at home this morning. You as jurors talk to people every day. You determine whether or not someone is lying to you every day. You determine the believability of people every day. You get to take that back with you into that jury room and use it. Don't leave that common sense at the door. You talk about this. Ms. Hanel then states she gets into the driver's seat, and then you saw her motion, hand in the pocket, like there was a gun. She admitted she never saw a real gun. She was terrified, absolutely terrified. Mr. Olson went from being kind and friendly to vicious. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing you also get to take into account is the demeanor of witnesses in this case, what they looked like when they testified, their reactions to questions. Don't ignore that either. You don't just have to take words. What they looked like and how they sounded is also very important in this case. Ms. Hanel talks about being made to urinate in an alley. Just to bring this up right now, I'll circle back to it later, but Mr. Olson also testified about that. testified that she had to go right now because you know how women are. And then he also testified that, well, after she went in the alley somewhere on the north side, they then went to like maybe a Chili's or Applebee's down on the south side. So while he made her pee in an alley, excuse my inelegant language, they also then went, you know, after that
That's
to
not
some sort of
elegant,
Chili's or
that's
Applebee's on the south side. That was
function.
still open, but yet everything was closed. Just how that testimony came apart, again, ladies and gentlemen, the believability of that is for you to decide. Ms. Handel testified too that her purse was maybe taken. She didn't know. She was a little bit confused about that, but she knew her credit card was taken and she knew her ID was taken. We heard from
Holly, do we have to come to Nova Scotia and tie you to the bed? You have a broken collarbone and a rotator cuff tear. Stop trying to clean. I'm going to send Jamie up to you, and trust me, when she tells you something, you will listen.
Whatever.
Officer Andre.
If it's cleaning you want, you gotta send Consuela.
Yeah, Consuela will come clean for you.
Yeah, she'll come clean for you.
Hey, Crazy Amy, and happy birthday. It's April's Fool's Day today, Jamie. That's why it's Crazy Amy's birthday.
Is it really your birthday? Or is this another April Fool's
Look
joke?
at her name.
So that indicates that April Fool's Day is her birthday?
Yes, she's stupid.
Oh my God.
Her name is April.
Well, if it is your birthday, happy birthday. If not, I apologize, Baker. You know how he goes.
Was the person that talked to Ms. Handel first. You saw his body cam. You got to see the demeanor of Ms. Handel at the scene. You also got to see how she was moving. Remember Mr. Olson also testifying that she could walk just fine? You saw that video. I'd also like to say, this is Exhibit 102. 102, I don't know if you can all see it, but again, as the judge said, if you want it, you can ask for it in the back. Exhibit number 102 shows a lovely pink cane. So clearly she was walking fine, and that was just a decorative device left in the car, probably by Mr. Olson, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, think of all of this again, the credibility of what went together, going through all of this. You heard from Robert Handel, again, talking about the demeanor of his mom at the time, what she's like, how she's certainly able to be around and lives on her own still. That's great. She knows what's going on. We discussed Mr. Adrisi a little bit, so in interest of time, I'll keep moving forward. Officer Friedbacher conducted that photo array with Mr. Adrisi, who also picked out Mr. Olson, signed that back of that photo, even though he had never seen him before in his life, was able to pick it out of that photo array. Officer Mark Hernan, heard from him. He also responded to the scene. He observed Ms. Handel to be confused and sleepy, found the car keys under the front seat, and she stated to him that the drinks in there were not her own. The officers. Then when Mr. Olson saw officers a few days later, he ran. What did he run with? And I think what's important to discuss too with this is that when he ran, he had a bicycle that was taken from that garage, that building. Again, these jury instructions have a lot of legalese. That building is a garage. He also had those items from that motorized home, that RV vehicle that the Schusters testified to. The shampoo, the e-bike key, that is a motorized vehicle. So, and the personally identifying documents, card, the judge mentioned card used to buy things, credit cards. So there's a lot of legalese in these jury instructions to cover a lot of the elements. So again, make sure you read those when you get back there. But I think what we need to point out here is that he ran. He saw officers and he ran. He didn't say, Benny and I know each other. He ran. Let's go through this too. Detective Zaleski downloaded her phone. No evidence in the phone that they knew each other. Some Google voice messages that the defendant testified to and that he talked about that while she was sleeping sometime in the middle of the night, Ms. Handel also created a Google voice account to find out where the defendant went and try to ask him to come back. That's the testimony that was put on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, how feasible is that? How realistic is that? One thing in the photographs that were put into evidence.
Good luck for you, normal mom, because rumor online is that Amy plays softball, if you know what I mean.
Everything that Mr. Olson had on his person, those deep pockets, officers talking about how things were falling out because they couldn't find everything. One thing that wasn't found on Mr. Olson was a cell phone. Going through all of this, finding the map that goes through all over the city for almost 16 hours in every inch of the city in no discernible path. Talking about the burglaries that happened in near the area where Mr. Olson was arrested, very close together. Everything here was extremely close together. And then some more corroboration. We heard from 2 crime lab analysts. Melissa Groff talked about the fingerprint. Ms. Molly, this is one of the things too that corroborates what Ms. Hannell said. She was forced to drink from those bottles. They were shoved to her mouth. It wasn't just Ms. Hannell's DNA that was found on the lips of those containers. It was also Mr. Olson's. Mixture of those 2 DNAs. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Olson's testimony too, he wants you to believe that they were friends. He wants you to believe they had this relationship. He said that they were there for they knew each other for a couple of years before November 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple of years before 2022 was 2020. So he also wants you to believe in sometime during 2020, they met while he was an Uber driver and a nearly 80-year-old woman was just out for 2-for-1 burgers. I remember 2020. I don't know if you remember 2020, but I'm pretty sure most restaurants were closed during the majority of 2020. Think of all this. Think of everything, ladies and gentlemen. When you go back there, read the jury instructions, go through the elements. And at that time, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask that you fill out those guilty forms. It is my burden of proof. So Mr. Olson will go next, and then I will have a chance to get up here one more time. So I thank you again for all of your patience, and I appreciate your time. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Olson, now is your time.
Okay, hold on.
And your clock has started.
1 second, please. My closing argument is in my paperwork that has been disheveled. It's in the back with the rest of my documents.
You had all that time to get it ready.
Yeah.
No excuses, dude.
But it's going to be great closing arguments. This is, I hope Jemima is listening.
So, as I stated, I never denied knowing Betty Hannell or being with her. So all of the evidence found that places me in the car is irrelevant. As Rex stated, and I thought he testified pretty well, even though I was trying to pay attention. I was a little incoherent at the time from some other issues. But anyway, I did hear Rex and Attorney Wazalewski informed me of some of his testimony that he did testify quite well on my behalf as well. As he stated, we left together and we spoke, me and Betty spoke for almost an hour at the bar, unlike what she had claimed, just for a minute or two. And to rebut what the DA said, sometime within the 2 years before 2022, it wasn't during the time that she claimed when COVID, where everything was closed. But there is a place that Betty goes to. She's the one that, when I arrived there, told me about the buy one, get one burger. I thought that was funny because you buy.
Actually, not in evidence. Okay. Sustained.
I did?
Was not in evidence. Continue with your closing.
So, as I had stated in my testimony, I talked about meeting Betty at this restaurant bar.
Your love.
And as I had stated, Rex clearly noticed my demeanor at the restaurant and that I was well dressed and well mannered. I'm never a vicious or violent person. Anyone that knows me knows that. We left together, like I said earlier yesterday. When I walked out, I was going to go get into the passenger seat, but her door flew open all the way and she couldn't shut it. So I went and shut it for her. So this is, if there was a camera outside, this wouldn't even be here right now. As a detective testified, he didn't even bother to investigate camera footage, and it's such a serious allegation. I mean, there's no footage of anything that would resemble a kidnapping. I asked the detective if he would turn over his version of the phone download so I could have it investigated even by the FBI. Why wouldn't that have happened if there was nothing to hide?
Objection. I'd ask that last sentence be struck.
Well, to the extent it's closing, I'm going to just allow it. Let's continue.
I also asked for all the photos that he had to be turned over of the car so that, because there was one missing, he denied to do that. Why? This is very odd in such a serious investigation. My interrogation was not used, which if anybody watches like 48 hours, that's pretty rare
Objection.
too.
Not evidence.
Sir,
Okay,
it's
continue.
because you asked for lawyers. Stop it.
The detective perjured himself on the stand numerous
Objection.
times.
Relevance.
To the extent this is closing, I'll allow it. Continue.
Am I gonna get more time for these
Prosecutor,
objections?
just let him go. He's not getting anywhere.
As I said before, the detective didn't thoroughly investigate this for a reason because he knew as well there was no crime committed. There was more evidence that this was not a crime. As I testified, me and Betty went to several locations, and I even went into stores on her request to get things, fill up gas in her car. She gave me a birthday card, a Thanksgiving Day card. She gave me some money when I first entered the car. I knew many things about her personal life because she shared that with me over time. Oh, and as far as using the bathroom, like I said, that I testified to, the gas stations in those areas don't have bathrooms that are open to the public usually. So she couldn't wait to go anywhere else, and that was all that was. It was not. It was very odd to me as well, but. And I really need to stress about requesting the original phone download from the detective, because as I stated before, that the Google Voice, and there was text from Betty to me asking me where I was, if I was coming back, and I've stated that from day 2. I called the media.
Objection. Not in evidence.
Well, continue.
What?
Finish.
I called the media and let them know about this text and my innocence on day 2, Channel 12, and another reporter.
Now the objection is sustained.
All right,
That was not in
okay.
evidence. Continue.
There's no evidence of any that I physically restrained anyone. And there was no, so I know in here it states that the where's it? Oh, just because there's a reasonable opportunity to escape doesn't change confinement. There was nothing to escape from. And I'm not a violent person, and I would never mistreat an elderly person that way. I'm very close with my family, my mother, who is, elderly as well, and that's just absurd that I would.
This is to protect your own defense.
I spent many time talking with Betty about my son, grandchildren. This is a very serious charge, and I would hope that you would all look at everything and know that I'm not the one lying. There's things that were lied about, and I've tried to get this out for quite some time. I would also just like to state that you all can make your own decisions regardless of what these court rules are or any other rules they put in front of you, especially my right to have a fair trial, which was completely stripped of me.
Objection, Your Honor. Arguing for jury nullification.
Sustained. Do not do that, Mr. Olson.
Count 4, which is the burglary of the alleged burglary of the garage. In order
for there to be a crime, in order for a crime to exist, there must be an injured party. And since the injured party was no longer with us and no longer able to be here, that one's a no-brainer. It's even though his sister came, she's not the lawful owner. It has to be the injured party.
Objection misstates the law. Sustained. Do not mistake the law. Continue.
That is consent to the lawful possession.
No commentaries.
There also has to be an intent to steal. There's no way that anyone can look inside someone's head and say they intended to steal. So just on those grounds alone, it's just virtually impossible for a jury to decide that. As I wasn't able to testify to that, but I believe I spoke to question Detective Zalewski about this. I did know the owner of the RV, and I was in that area for quite some time.
Objection, not in evidence.
What?
So overruled. Continue, please.
I was not allowed to testify about the other counts. It's also a violation of my right to fair trial. So I can't discuss any of those points. Is that correct?
The court cannot give you guidance on what to say at closing arguments.
Particularly my rights.
No commentary.
As far as the
Oh my God.
obstruction, I believe I questioned him about that. There was no obstruction. I started to get on the ground. An officer came up behind. I've never been a violent person or one to resist like that. So he tased me in the back of my arm while I was getting on the ground, or while I was already on the ground, which surprised me. Luckily, it didn't do too much damage. Just kind of shocked me a little bit. But there was definitely no obstruction, as they told. Too bad there's no video, or else you would know that for sure. And if there was any video of more, if you would have done more investigation, we wouldn't even be sitting here. I've sat in this courtroom trying to fight for my rights. I really need to emphasis on count 1 and count 2. Count 2, there's no intent of anything. Count 2 with the misappropriate use of ID. She was with me. She let me use the card. As I stated in my testimony, she gave me one of the cards to use to go inside, which was why when I got out of the car and left abruptly, I still had that card with me. We were supposed to meet up anyway later on in the day, as I also stated in my testimony, on Thanksgiving after she met her brother at Mater's. I have to stress on count 1. This is very serious and something that I believe is just absolutely ridiculous. And there's no evidence of me forcibly restraining anyone or anything like that, because it just didn't happen. And this is why Detective Zalewski did not properly investigate this. If I was an officer and I was investigating a crime like this, I would make sure I got all the videos so I could see if this person was injured, harmed, what else was happening, to see if there was a gun, something. I mean, that really goes to show a lot. And I have to restate the text in the Google Voice. If this would have been investigated by this detective, he would find that it was Betty Handel's account, and I don't have passwords to her accounts. It's pretty easily investigated, and that's not me. It was also clear that Detective Zalewski was avoiding talking about the phone download. There's a reason for that, and the reason why I stress this is one of the reasons why I'm representing myself, is because no one would go after these texts or subpoena Betty Handel's phone records, which would have easily shown there's a text missing from the phone download. I tried getting this for almost 4 years
And
In relevance and not in evidence. Sustained, and that's correct.
One
Continue on.
single text to prove you're innocent,
Yes.
sure. Oh my gosh. I want to know what it was.
oh, and Betty at that time was not using her cane. She didn't bring it into the restaurant when we were in Casa de Giorgio. So it was in her car. I noticed it as well. But she didn't use it. She moved around quite easily. So the items that I was found with is clearly not something someone would enter somewhere to burglarize for. This is where like gold watches or this was you're talking about like a pack of
No,
Skittles
because
and some marbles.
dumb criminal.
That's not what the items were, but I'm just saying this is ridiculous. These charges are all absurd.
Like when Bradley said those rosaries were his.
Yeah.
And that woman's, what was it, woman's purse?
Yes, we are going to see the verdict. That's still
the amount of things that
left.
I knew about Betty's family and past, and I could have only known by knowing Betty, that she had power of attorney over her brother's affairs. Her sister embezzled money from her brother because he was sick of I'm not sure what was wrong with him, but and then she had passed away and she was younger than Betty. She made that known that the sister was younger than she had already passed away.
Just because she told you a few things while you sat there doesn't mean you guys are BFFs. He's trying so hard to be like, see, I know these personal things.
I think his sentencing is up already.
Such a serious allegation. I'd like all of you to think about some of the things that, some of the testimony that was back and forth. I slept all night. I was up all night. Or Detective Zalewski claiming that I claimed I was Wes Erdman and then recanted his statement. I'd like all of you to use your common sense as well and realize who's lying here. And I'm not even referring to any of the alleged victims. They're clearly hiding things. And you can tell from their facial expressions.
Yeah,
I've also like all of you to know that I've
Lucas.
contacted the FBI to investigate some of these matters, and I did state this on the record.
Not in evidence. Correct. Not in evidence. Move on. Time's up. Okay, state closing. I mean, your last word on the closing. Thank you.
I love that he got jury nullification in there without them objecting to it.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, just briefly. Be such a nice guy, you left a 79-year-old woman on the side of the road without her cell phone, waving for help, after an argument, but he never is angry. Ladies and gentlemen, just think of everything. Think of this case as in total. I think the one thing that Mr. Olson and I might agree upon is that this is serious. You need to make sure you look at the instructions. You need to make sure you evaluate the evidence. You need to give the time which it deserves, go through those jury instructions. And just think of things like the jury instruction you'll also get. It's called the burden of proof. You are to search for the truth. You're not to look for doubt. You are to search for the truth. So the last line in that jury instructions, and ladies and gentlemen, just remember the evidence. Remember Mr. Olson giving a fake name at the time he was arrested. Remember Mr. Olson being arrested with that credit card of Betty. Remember all of these small little details that draw the witness's testimony together. And then I would ask that you would find him guilty of all the charges. Thank you.
Members of the jury, you are to decide this case fairly and impartially, without fear or favor, and without
So they go
printed version of the jury instruction.
They go in to deliberate at 3:44. At 4:20, they're back. So 40 minutes later.
Oh, Jesus.
But I don't get the reading There's something I don't understand, but maybe you can hear what it is.
Will the presiding juror please stand? And your juror number? 11. And has the jury reached verdicts? Okay. I'll take a look at the verdict forms. Is it correct that the jury reached unanimous verdicts in these counts? Okay, at this time, I'm going to have Mr. Clerk publish the verdicts. After he's done doing so, he will poll each of you to ensure that these are in fact your verdicts.
We the jury find the defendant, Timothy Olson Jr. guilty of kidnapping, seizures, or
Oh, it's because the audio is so bad. They found him guilty in kidnapping.
responsibility, a charge in count of information. We find the defendant guilty of kidnapping, he must answer the following question. Did the defendant commit the crime of kidnapping against a person who was 60 years of age or older? The answer is yes. We the jury find the defendant, Timothy Olson Jr. guilty of unauthorized use of personal identifying information or documents obtained into value.
Guilty in.
If you find the defendant guilty of kidnapping, he must answer the following question. Did the defendant commit the crime of kidnapping against a person who is 60 years of age or older? The answer is yes. We the jury find the defendant, Timothy Olson Jr. guilty of obstructing an officer charged with count 3 of the offense. We the jury find the defendant, Timothy Olson Jr. guilty of burglary of a building or dwelling and charged with count 4 of the offense. And we, the jury, find the defendant, Timothy Olson Jr. guilty of burglary, mobile home, or trailer home, and charged with count 5 of the information.
Mr. Clerk, before you poll, can I see the verdict forms again? Okay, members of the jury, with respect to the verdict that was turned in for count 2, the verdict form that was turned in as your verdict and as your unanimous verdict is a guilty verdict of the charge of unauthorized use of personal identifying information or documents obtained thing of value as charged in count 2. The subsequent question on the verdict form reads, if you find the defendant guilty of kidnapping, you must answer the following question. Did the defendant commit the crime of kidnapping against a person who was 60 years of age or older? That was a Scrivener's error relative to kidnapping versus unauthorized use of personal identifying information or documents obtained thing of value, because in the jury instructions, it correctly
What's happening?
Except for that now, upon hearing Mr. Clerk publish the verdict, that the subsequent question relative to the age still has the word kidnapping when it should have had the word unauthorized use of personal identifying information or documents as charged in count 2 of the information. What I'm going to do is, before we poll you, send you back to the jury room, and then I will bring you back with further instructions. Okay, but that's the reason why I'm going to send you back and then bring you back. I apologize. Okay. All right, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Way to go, Judge. Way to screw this one up. Way to screw this one up. Jeez, oh, Pete. Can I talk?
So guilty on all counts, and yes, they will find him guilty in that one as well.
Now at 5:30, the man once dubbed the ripoff Romeo will spend the next 33 years in a Wisconsin state prison.
Fox 6's investigator Brian Polson was in the courtroom this morning as Timothy Olson was sentenced for kidnapping. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Ted Nash. No more dating apps, rather, for Timothy Olson, at least not year 2059. A Milwaukee County judge dropped the hammer on him today after a jury convicted him over the weekend of kidnapping a 79-year-old woman. This case was focused on a single harrowing crime, but at sentencing, the prosecution painted a more complete picture of the man who's been preying on vulnerable women for decades.
I'm innocent, there's text.
If there's a word that best describes Timothy Olson,
if you look up sociopath, that's what he is.
I'm innocent.
Innocent is not it.
You've done so much time in custody, yet your behavior, your criminal behavior just doesn't cease.
The 55-year-old has a record so extensive, he spent time in jails or prisons in 24 of the last 32 years of his life.
Mr. Olson has been spending his time
Oh, wow.
by the installment plan.
On Tuesday, he was kicked out of the courtroom 3 times.
You're violating my rights.
Okay. Remove Mr. Olson.
like you did
You'll be
throughout
given
the
another
trial.
15-minute break.
And ended up watching his own sentencing from a jail cell over Zoom.
I'm not this person that they're making me out to be. I'm a kind, caring individual.
On Saturday, a jury convicted
He just
Olson.
keeps going to jail for no reason.
89-year-old woman.
He's such a kind kid.
Jamie, that's the problem with the American system. Once you are in the system, they'll just keep going at you.
Yeah.
He's trying to turn his life around. He finds a sweet old lady, and they go out. And because she's a little shy about, you know how it is. You're just meeting up, and you want to hang out. You want to date a little bit, and try and figure out, is this for me? And because the only restaurant she really knows is where she used to go with her husband, she doesn't want to kind of be known as a floozy at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So he helps her out. He's a gentleman, and then some women will take it too far, and they spend a night out all over town, getting drunk, peeing in alleys, and then the next morning, like women do, she got angry. And she went to the police. Jamie, this is typical female behavior. It's
so typical.
This is why I know I retracted my licensing as a world-renowned massage therapist, but I think I might try and apply to be it again, because this is an injustice made against a man who was just trying to find love. Yes, so he has spent 24 out of 32 years in prison. But now he's ready to turn another leaf, and this woman just set him up.
Mm-hmm.
These women says, it's always
These women
these women says. This man was just, yeah. Right. Side Eyes knows all about dating and wiping with a sock. I'm just going with the Corey Richards trial. He showed up without socks all the time.
He did. Oh, man. He's always showing up to family events, missing sleeves, socks, all kinds of things.
Look at all these women says who have been out here dating a hot boy like this. And you ladies like a bad boy. And he was probably, I can imagine his Tinder profile, strapping 55-year-old man. Yes, I used to be a bad boy. I did spend a few years as a guest of the state, but I've turned my life around. Can I turn you around? We're talking doggy style. And that's what a 79-year-old lady likes to hear.
Gross. Yeah, they do. They like to party. That's what I've learned about 79-year-olds.
That it's the most common online dating group is the 79 to 83-year-old women. Thank you for 21 months, Crispy. Some people like a bad boy, but not this one. Well, Crispy, wait till you get to be 79 in like 50 years or so. You will also be swiping right on such a strapping 55-year-old who can rock your world. If he hasn't been to prison at least 2/3 of his life, is it a man?
Not a quality one.
Yeah, since he was 17 years old, it must be. He spent 24 years in prison. I will resume the mantle of world-renowned massage therapist and go fight for him. Me and Trump and the FBI. Those are the worst women, sis.
Outside a Franklin restaurant after that woman refused Olson's offer to buy her a drink.
This lasts with victims, especially when they're taking advantage of in this way for years.
Deputy District Attorney Sarah Sadowski told the court Olson has a history of taking advantage of women, including a crime victim from 20 years ago who emailed her after seeing the trial streaming online.
She is still to this day devastated, embarrassed, and ashamed and in shock that she could have fallen prey to this evil person.
In 2022, police linked Olson to the deaths of 2 women he'd been out with, including one his own mother found dead in his bed.
What about the women who
Oh my God.
who died at your mom's house?
Anything you'd like to say to the victim?
I'm innocent.
He's never been charged in those cases, but he is charged in 2 others.
How
where
could they
women
not
say
charge
he's
him
spiked
for
their
that?
drinks.
Have you drugged women, Tim?
In those cases, he's still presumed innocent. The Judge Christie.
How does he get away with that, of all things?
Well, sudden death syndrome. Haven't you heard about that? Where
I know,
women
maybe.
just end up dead in your bed. It's not like it hasn't happened.
Pretty sure they
happened
would have
before.
if they could. Maybe they really don't have evidence. I don't know.
So he
Well,
he couldn't be linked to 2 murders that they
Wasn't
tried
that
to link him
a
to.
good time?
And he has 2 outstanding cases for spiking women's drinks. Bye, Jamie. Jamie got so mad at this. She found him innocent as I did. So sadly, that's what happened when Jamie gets mad. She'll just leave. It's horrible, but that's Jamie. Jamie in a nutcracker. But what a wonderful April 1st we have had today. On the way out, I'll just play a little bit of a video that some people might have gotten the wrong way. So everyone enjoy. Oh, Jamie, I was about to sign off.
That's okay. Oh, sorry. Every time you, this happens every time now. Every time you X out of the video and we go to the end, your sound cuts off for me.
Sure.
But anyways, well, I didn't want to.
33
think
years
I just
in prison.
left.
33 years in prison.
Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, and I'll just play a short video as the outro. Hello, everyone, and welcome to a video that I didn't think that I was gonna make. Yesterday, you might have seen it, but Aiden, so-called turtle boy, released his RO statement, his affidavit to try and hurt poor Meredith. And reading it, it finally clicked that all these times I've been called a turtle bee rider, people were right. I was more interested in finding out what his favorite position was than look at the truth. And this is why I can no longer support Aiden, so-called turtle boy, Carney, in his attack on women. It pains me that it took me so long to see the light. I have been bamboozled. I have been fooled. I have been driven around by this charlatan, this imposter, this so-called journalism. But no more. April 1st, 2026 is where I draw the line in the sand. Because reading what Meredith did to Aiden shows me he's wrong. Why do you hate a woman who loves too much? This is the typical misogyny that women have to face every day. As an ally of women, I think it's important that we used this April 1st to say no more. No more misogynism. No more world-renowned international massage therapist. Yes, I admit I have been one. I too have gone too far in my misogynisms because I was led astray by Aiden. I'll blame every wrongdoing I have had on Aiden Turtleboy. I will join prominent internet names like LTL, Cryford, AFK, Lana, Twisted Tragedies, Frosted Panties, and many, many more who knows the truth. On this April 1st, I will join the right side, the light side, the anti-Turtle Boy side. Aiden, what Meredith did to you wasn't harassment. It was loving too hard. And in my newfound emotional state where I understand women, I know how it feels to love and not be loved back. So what if she shows up with a little blood on her face that just shows you she loves? On this April 1st, 2026, I recant my support. Just because she had access to your email, your Facebook, your Twit, that's not harassment, Aiden. That's a woman who cares. Those 4 women you accuse her of deleting, what if they had sent you some really bad titlet pictures? Maybe she was saving your eyes. Did you ever consider that? What if one of them was really funky and the other one was lopsided? Maybe she was saving you so you wouldn't sit there and think, I don't like those boobies. That could have made things awkward for you. This woman sacrificed so much for you. What about that night where she hit your key fob, you might say? Well, you did say you had been out drinking. Maybe she was saving you from DUI. Did you ever consider that, Aiden? Did you ever consider that you can love a lot and maybe sometimes a little too much? So, on this April 1st is where the baker will walk away from the turtle. I will join the choir of the righteous, the choir of the people who know that you can't hate on someone for loving. So what if they keep a GPS track on you? They just want to know if you got home safe. So what if they tape a few recordings? You call it harassment, I call it caring. Aiden, maybe you should look in your heart. On this April 1st, maybe you should take a day off hurting women's on the internet and consider, could they be right? Could I, El Turtlo Giganto, be wrong? Could I have scorned this poor lady who really just wanted to help you out? I can't stand by it anymore. Women deserve better than world-renowned massage therapists. And I know April 1st isn't the International Women's Day. but it should be, especially women who has been fooled by misogynistic men on the internet. So let's celebrate that it's April 1st and remember, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, that's not nice. With that wisdom, I'll go and be a better man because I'm a woman.